Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopala Shankar Radha Pandira Govardhan Ki Jai, Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Maya Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Ganga Mai Ki Jai, Yamuna Mai Ki Jai, Rasi Devi Ki Jai, Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai, Bhakti-Yoga Maharaj Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Rupa and Gauranga. Glories to Sri Rupa. Hare Krishna. So of course this morning we're having a memorial program for His Grace Bhakti-Yoga Maharaj. We have over 30 devotees on this list to speak. So everyone will be conscious of that when we speak. Maharaj has touched everyone here, I'm sure. It seems like everyone has had a personal relationship with Maharaj. We're starting out this morning with his godbrothers and god sisters, so we're going to hear first from Satyanarayan Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tanamane Namaste Sarasvate Devi Gauravani Prasharane Nirvasesha Shunivari Pasyate Shitarne Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj Ki Jai. I was hoping to touch upon two of the many wonderful qualities of His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj. One of them is his quality of sweetness, and the other is his quality of being absolutely remarkable. In 1974-75 in Sridham Mayapur, I was with Maharaj in the Holy Dham, and I was a pujari with Jananivas and his brother dressing Mahaprabhu. And after the dressing in the morning, Maharaj and I would walk in the grass of the morning dew grass outside of the front of the Lotus building, because I believe it was Maharaj who brought up that it is extremely healthy to do that. And so we would do that in the morning and have these very nice talks. And he reminded me of this for the rest of my life every time I met him. It was just very sweet. It was a sweet moment, and he didn't want me to forget that, that we shared that together. Mayapur, of course, still is beyond description in its own sweetness, but that was just a moment that we shared. And the fact that he always wanted me to remember that was extremely touching for me, and it still is. The other point is perhaps it could be argued his most remarkable quality, because it's my understanding that he single-handedly translated all of Srila Prabhupada's books into Bengali. And that is astounding from two angles. I'm so fortunate to be personally involved with the BBT and having some teams of translators around the world. But for someone to do that himself, just the Bhagavad-Gita alone, what to speak of the entire, at the time, Srimad Bhagavatam, up to where Prabhupada was in the translation, and perhaps also part of the Chaitanya Charitamrita, the volume of work is one aspect. It's incredible for just one person. Usually there's a team of translators. But the second is not only the quantity, but it's also getting it right, being one person. There's a philosophy in translation where you have to have proofreaders because it's sometimes difficult for the translator. He'll tend to skim over his own mistakes. But if you think about it, the most incredible thing that it is, who was Maharaj's proofreader? None other than His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. Because Prabhupada, who was often lovingly referred to as a Calcutta boy, this was his Janma Bhasha, his birth language, his native tongue. How much Srila Prabhupada would want his Bhagavatam and Bhagavad-Gita not just good in Bangla, but perfect. And he would be checking that for sure. So it is unimaginable how glorious that is, but how intense the pressure must have been on Bhakti-Charu Maharaj to get it perfect. But Prabhupada was right there, and because it's difficult to get it right alone. For example, I'm not going to describe it too much, but there's a language I'm working with where all the books were translated by this devotee. It was just a remarkable accomplishment. But because he had no proofreader, later there was found to be some, serious issues with the translation. But Bhakti Charu Maharaj had the Shaktivesh avatar of Krishna himself checking his translations. This puts him at an extraordinarily unique position in the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust, because Prabhupada described ISKCON as his body and the BBT as his very heart. So one cannot imagine the depth of his relationship with Srila Prabhupada on that level. So I just wanted to give some perspective to that remarkable position and quality and accomplishment of His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Swami. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Bhakti-Charu Maharaj ki jai. Go Prema.
Hare Krishna, thank you. And of course, he did all of that as a new devotee. He had just joined Srila Prabhupada. Certainly, he was empowered by Srila Prabhupada. Next, we're going to hear from our Vrindavan Zam, Dinabandhu Prabhu.
Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Niti Namini Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desitarini Panchakalpatrubhyasta Kripa Sindhu Mevacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. So we're all gathered here to pay our homage to one of the great pillars of our ISKCON society, His Divine Grace, Srila Bhakti-Charu Swami Maharaj, who just 3 or 4 days before left us. So 3 or 4 days before, it was Purnima, and the disappearance a day of Sanatana Goswami. Also, there happened to be a lunar eclipse that day. But it was hardly noticed. It was only a tiny portion of the world where the moon was blackened out and eclipsed. But and that only lasted for a few minutes. But on that day there was an eclipse that has been felt throughout the world and still being felt. His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Swami Maharaj was eclipsed from our vision in this world. He was in Advent Hospital in Orlando, Florida, when he breathed his last. And our dear friend Pran Govinda came. Just afterwards he was allowed in, and he chanted so many beautiful prayers. Then in Chapel Hill Mortuary they performed the last rites, beautiful arti we saw. They transcribed it or transmitted it. So Bhakti-Charu Maharaj, he was originally born as Kishore Kumar. And in 1977, he met Srila Prabhupada after searching, he was specifically looking for a guru. He'd gone to the West, but he realized that the uselessness of Western life, fortunately, most people think it's wonderful. And he came back looking for a guru. And somehow he ran into a copy of Prabhupada's Nectar Devotion. He understood, this is my guru. And Prabhupada almost immediately was very happy. He was begging that Mahaprabhu was told by, that anyone who's born in Bharat, he should make his life successful by preaching the message, Parupakar, the real message of India. Now he found some boy who was interested, educated, young, Bengali, another Calcutta boy. Almost immediately Prabhupada initiated and gave him the name Shri Tor Gopinath. And just a few months after that, on Snan Purnima Day, he gave him the name Bhakti-Charu Swami. This is unprecedented. Nobody goes through all 3 initiations within a few months. And he gave the name Bhakti-Charu. One of the most appropriate translation of Charu is charming. And everybody who's talked about Maharaj or knew Maharaj knew he was very charming. We told the other day he was a perfect gentleman. Everything about him was charming. His way of talking was charming. His mannerisms were charming. Everything was charming. His bhakti was charming. He became Bhakti-Charu. And we heard his service was charming, Charu. Because we know there was nothing more charming for Prabhupada's heart than seeing his books translated. To what to speak of translated into Prabhupada's very own language. Bengali. And as Satyanarayan, this is an amazing thing. Somebody single-handedly translated all of those books. It's just astounding. It's charming. Another charming thing he did for Srila Prabhupada was, we know that Prabhupada made his own, not exactly translation, but a little poem about Bhagavad-Gita called Gita-gan. Somehow Bhakti-Charu Maharaj found that unpublished, handwritten manuscripts, and without even telling Prabhupada, he went ahead and had it published and printed and brought the book to Prabhupada. Prabhupada was Charu. He was completely enchanted by this service. And that Gita-gan is still very much distributed and charming the Bengali public. Another thing that was charming Charu was his singing. He's immortalized the works of our great acharyas. The way he sang was completely Charu, charming. And his whatever service he's done was completely charming. He made this beautiful temple in Ujjain, Avantipur. Very charming temple, Charu. To Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan. Just so happens he left on the disappearance day of Sanatana Goswami, and we all know, and we told the other day, not only was Sanatana Goswami's Didi here in Vrindavan Madan Mohan, his family Didi in Ramakeli was also Madan Mohan. Very charming Charu Didis there and he had a very charming project coming up in Delan. So in every way Prabhupada has given such a beautiful name to him. And on this day we pray that somehow or other all this Charu service will not go in vain, that it will be maintained. He very charmingly told us again and again, whatever happens, this material world, there's so many upheavals, there's so many problems. That will never go away. We'll never find a perfect situation. Even in spiritual life, we get so many troubles. But he begged us again and again, please, whatever happens, don't leave ISKCON. He gave this Charu, charming petition to all the devotees. So we pray at the lotus feet of Maharaj that we join together and try to help out all those who've been bereft of their spiritual master, help them in their services, help them in remaining within ISKCON to fulfill Bhakti-Charu Maharaj's intense desire, charming desire. So I offer my most humble prostrated obeisances at the lotus feet of His Divine Grace, Srila Bhakti-Charu Swami Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Guru. Next we're going to hear from our temple president, Anshikara Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Oh, his cooking was Charu also, very charming. Forgot that. Wasn't charming.
Om Jnana Timrandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj Ki. Those are very beautiful memories, presentations. Thank you very much. Well done. So the goal The purpose of life is to become, again, a pure devotee of the Lord, go back home to the spiritual kingdom. So of all the people with all the different processes of yoga, meditation, and philosophy, tradition, culture, Bhakti-Charu Maharaj from the very beginning understood from Srila Prabhupada the essence, and that surrender and being empowered, continuing, just like amazingly enough, the other day, Sanatan Goswami's disappearance day, I just randomly put on my music, my lectures, and that lecture came up, Prabhupada speaking about Sanatan Goswami, how he eternally is assisting in the spreading the message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So we should know that by his characteristics, by his qualities, his love, his determination, friendliness, all the qualities which are spoken of in the Srimad Bhagavatam and Chaitanya Charitamrita, he was exhibiting this compassion. Out of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls, he was driven by that love and that determination to serve his spiritual master Srila Prabhupada, give shelter to so many who are looking for guidance, spiritual guidance. He gave that shelter, and he showed by his personal example of the friendly relationship with all his God brothers, God sisters, everyone. Pure devotee, as the 6 Goswamis, they're glorified, they're equal to everyone, and everyone actually loves and appreciates a pure devotee. So tremendous feeling of separation, but also that separation can turn into determination to carry out his wishes of assisting Srila Prabhupada in the form of spreading Krishna consciousness. Always remembering his dedication, his determination, that should inspire us to also commit ourselves, as everyone says, keep Prabhupada's mission in the forefront, the preaching mission. He's a warrior and a wonderful example of a pure devotee. And by associating with pure devotees, by hearing about them, by glorifying the pure devotee, and by taking guidance, one makes very rapid advancement in spiritual life. So we'll miss His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj, full of all good qualities, all good instruction, and follow in his footsteps, his example, and also be kind, be loving, and be determined to carry out the message of Srila Prabhupada. His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Mr. Short. Next, we're going to hear from Sanatan Prabhu. While he's coming forward, I'm going to read this offering by our Godbrother Bhuvaneshwar Prabhu, who's, of course, cooking the Raj offering. Dear devotees, please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. I did not have much association with Bhakti-Charu Swami. I would meet him occasionally in Vrindavan. He was always kind and soft-hearted to me. Everyone is shocked by his sudden disappearance. Maharaj knew that to go to America at this time was risky, but he said, I must go because this is a preaching movement. So even at the risk of his life, he was compelled to go. He wanted to die on the battlefield. His death is glorious. We pray and hope that his dedication and surrender awarded him a place at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda, wherever they may be. Jai Bhakti-Charu Swami, your servant Bhuvaneshwar, Das Das Anu Das. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
तमाम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णवष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवं गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे Nirvashesha Sunnavahadi Vipasyadesadarani. He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopiga Kanta Radha Kanta Namastude. Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. So I'm not great right here. I just was invited to say a few words about Bhakticaru Maharaj. He was great Vaishnava. Every time Srila Prabhupada disciple leave this body, it's like extra feather in his Prabhupada's hat. It's all credit goes to Srila Prabhupada, how he able to take his disciple one by one by his costless mercy. Guru Krishna Prasade Hoi Bhakti Yoga Beach. So the seed was planted by Srila Prabhupada is very, very powerful. Most of us, I can speak for myself, although born in Vaishnava family, absolutely no clue what is Krishna and the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu movement. It was Srila Prabhupada's mercy. Every day you learn things by his kindness, by his mercy. Even though you left so many books, the realization of Prabhupada's mercy has come from through his disciples. So Bhakticaru Maharaj is one of them. Was born in 1945 in Bengal. It was British India at the time. There was no East Bengal or West Bengal or Bangladesh. It was all one Bengal. Then early childhood, he was brought up in Kolkata, and then he went to school and educated. For further education, it's common in those days people go abroad to study. So he went to Germany to study chemistry. Just like Srila Prabhupada, he was chemist. And I happened to visit Prabhupada's pharmacy in Allahabad. I was staying with his old friend, Dr. Ghosh, in Chattichora Ghat in Allahabad. Anyway, so Maharaj studied chemistry. Along the way, he came across Nectar of Devotion, Srila Prabhupada book. So he became very attracted and wanted to become Krishna consciousness. So he came to Calcutta and met Satadharna. At that time he was Maharaj. And later on, during the Kumbh Mela, I was fortunate enough to run BBT at the time, managing, and I was there, and he was introduced to Prabhupada. It's so coincident that how Srila Prabhupada met his spiritual master, Bhaktisiddhanta, in the same way Bhakticaru Maharaj met Prabhupada. When Prabhupada sees a person, you see the great potential of a person, and he engaged them according to the propensity of a person. Somebody is editor, he can edit. Somebody is a cook, can cook. Even the crooks, Prabhupada engaged them in Krishna consciousness. So Prabhupada was very, very merciful. So anyway, that time I remember Prabhupada was not very happy. Kumbh Mela, it was not up to the standard what he wanted. He wanted somewhere close by, but our tent was little far. The heater wasn't working. He was kind of not so satisfied. I remember he went to Bhubaneswar. That time, we only had one book or two books printed in BBT. We didn't have many books. And Prabhupada predicted at the time that in India, there would be thousands and thousands of books would be distributed. And it is common in America and Europe, they were distributing thousands of books, but it's not possible for us to conceive that we could distribute so many books in India. So anyway, it seems like on the way to Bhubaneswar, Bhakti-Charu was in the same train, and he was not initiated at the time, but he was become closer. So that time, Prabhupada saw him. He was introduced by Shodadharna, and he, great smile, he said, Kolkata Chali. He said, Kolkata Chali, it means you are a Calcutta boy. Please come close to me. With a great smile. Calcutta Chali means someone who grew up in Calcutta, well educated, came from good family and very pious. So Prabhupada was very affectionate. I'm sure Sudhagirti Prabhu can testify. He was very, very affectionate towards his disciples. So later on, he became initiated and given sannyas, and only 10 months, we were all been there longer time, but the quality of the time which he spent taking care of Prabhupada and serving him was very valuable. One of the great instructions he gave to Bhakti-Charu Maharaj, that I can see how much you cooperate with others will tell me that how great devotees you are. So Prabhupada, from the beginning, it was very important to him that we are all work together, listen to the GBC's temple president and the authority. It was very important for him that we remain faithful to Srila Prabhupada every day. Without the mercy of one spiritual master, one cannot go anywhere. So we are very fortunate that we have a direct link to Brahma, that we able to become disciple of Prabhupada. Krishna varnam tivishagastam sangho bhangastavastaram jhagna sankirtana priyayir yajanti yu samadeshaga. Samadeshaga means the intelligent class of people will take up the Sankirtan cult. So Maharaj took this very seriously translated so many books, so Srila Prabhupada. So before I finish, even though we grew up together separately, he was in Bengal and I was in Bombay, Maharaj was known all over the world, and he was very kind. My wife Parvati had many conversations and many instruction from Maharaj, recent days about Prabhupada's Samadhi, so on and so forth. And one last incident before I leave. Prabhupada was in Rishikesh. After he was in Vrindavan, he wasn't feeling well. So they took him to Rishikesh for recuperating because it was very hot here. And that time, one day, Prabhupada woke up and said to Bhakti-Charu, "Get me out of here." So he was impatient. He says, "Time has come. I must go to Vrindavan. Please take me there." So Tamal Maharaj and rest of the party brought him to Vrindavan. And Bhakti-Charu was cooking prasadam. There was one day, Prabhupada was resting in his small room and waiting for prasad. So Bhakti-Charu was cooking and brought big plate of prasadam, and Prabhupada said, "The greatest cook on the earth, Bhakti-Charu Swami, is here. Please enjoy the prasadam." So in that last note, I must offer my humble obeisances to Bhakti-Charu Maharaj, who attained the lotus feet of the Lord and continuing serving Srila Prabhupada. Hopefully, I pray that we also follow his footsteps and take mercy of our spiritual master Srila Prabhupada and surrender and attain perfection just like he did. Srila Prabhupada Maharaj ki, Bhakti-Charu Maharaj ki.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for this. We're going to hear next from the Prabhu. I'm going to take a minute here while he's getting there to read from Abhiram. Abhiram Prabhu, of course, was with Srila Prabhupada also in the final months, 1977, taking care as a nurse, so he was with Bhakti-Charu Maharaj. He says, "I am very personally impacted by the loss of our own saintly friend, His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Swami, as we served together in Srila Prabhupada's personal service and carried a deep fraternal affection from that experience. For me, this loss underscores the urgency to try to finally do something substantial for Srila Prabhupada, being myself near 70, and in the short part of the queue to the departure gate called death. I am grieving deeply, while also getting more emotion to do my small bit in encouraging the establishment of an ashram. If you recall, it was both Bhakti-Charu Swami and I at two different times who heard Prabhupada speak of 50% of my work is incomplete, which referred to establishing Varnashram. Bhakti-Charu Swami was also stricken with the virus while going to his small farm in Florida with an obvious aim to preach about Varnashram, along with every part of his inspired mission. Keeping all this in mind, I shall be more determined to help carry some of this responsibility as a proper reaction to the heart-grinding pain of his loss. It is not enough to beat our chest in agony. We must pick up the flag dropped on the battlefield by our courageous leader and carry it forward more vigorously, inspired by his full sacrifice to the mission. So after falling on my face in obeisances to his lotus feet, we must all get up, so long as our body will function, and go back on the battlefield with a more fierce determination to to take the flag of Mahaprabhu further down the field. I owe 1,000,000 years of glorification to Bhakti-True Swami for his unmatched example of chaste dedication to his Guru Srila Prabhupada. But for now, my glorification will be in the form of emulating his example and working harder for the goal. I'll be wrong. Hare Krishna. Thank you for your privilege.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishmataye Krishna Vistabhutale Srimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Chidamine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Guravani Pacharini Nivishesha Sunyavari Pasatya Satarini. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktivinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak about Bhakti-True Swami. Yes, he came to Germany in, I forgot the date, in Hamburg Temple. I remember that. He was a student, and I was preaching in Heidelberg, he was preaching in Hamburg. So I saw him in Hamburg, and I saw that he was a very cultured person, very clean, cultured, friendly, and compassionate, a good listener. He was a very good listener. And so I went back to my occupation. I was running the temple in Heidelberg, and I was surprised that I heard that he left, that he went to India. And the next thing I heard, that he had taken sannyas, Brahman initiation and first initiation all in one day. I was kind of shocked when I heard that. But in fact, Prabhupada was questioned by one of my godbrothers. Why did you give Bhakti-True Swami all 3 initiations on one day? Whereas we all had to wait. Gradually from first initiation to second, ultimately even sannyasis. What is sannyasi? Said this. And then Prabhupada looked at him and said, because, he said, Bhakti-True Swami was more advanced when he was born than you are now after 30 years. You know, so, sorry, there you have it. He had an enormous achar, he had an enormous, how do you call it, from past life, sukriti, a lot of sukriti that he was born in a pure Vaishnava setting. And I appreciate later at one stage he came to Ireland, and he was the GBC for some time, very difficult place. And so we became friends because I was in charge for the project. And I marveled how kind he was. You know, I must say I have experienced kind of very rough times under ISKCON authorities in the past, sometimes, but he was different. And by the way, Jaitirtha also, he was different. They were kind-hearted people, very understanding, very reconciliating, and it was impressive. And I was very sorry when he left Ireland. I would have liked him to stay there because of his gentleness with devotees. I remember Prabhupada one time, when he was in Germany, there was a devotee who made a board. The whole temple was on this board. It was a magnetic board, magnetic. Like you have on a fridge, you can put a sticker, a magnetic sticker. So it so happened that everybody was there, and the person who was managing this board happened to be me. So while I was managing, all of a sudden I heard Prabhupada standing behind me. He said, so, with this deep voice, rumbling voice, he said, what is that? And I said, Srila Prabhupada, this is how I manage this festival. Here are the Sankirtan devotees, here are the cooks, here are the temple devotees, here are the kitchen, there's the Pujari department. He said, and? I said, I can take a person from here to there, and from there to here. Very easy. In this way I can manage. I know exactly where everybody knows at any time. And Prabhupada said, how does that work? I said, Srila Prabhupada, it's magnetic. It's a magnetic board. The names are on little magnets, and the board is magnetic. And so you can take, Prabhupada said, can I try that? So I said, for sure, Srila Prabhupada. And so he took this, he said, all right, let's go. And he put this person to here, and that person to here, and that person to here, for 30 seconds or something, disorganizing my whole great managerial plan. And then he looked at me, he stopped, and he looked at me very seriously, and he said, unless there's love and trust, this will fail. Unless there's love and trust, this will fail, you know. And it's the truth of it, you know. The love and trust is the most important thing among devotees, that there has to be love, there has to be trust. Not sentimental love, but to see that here is a soul, a rare soul, who came to Krishna consciousness, and therefore he's very special. He's very dear to Krishna. It's not an easy thing to draw in the Hare Krishna movement. You have to have something, you know, that brings you here. Krishna's plan brings you here, particularly when you're here in Vrindavan. And so that he was incorporating that. From Bhakti True Swami I learned this principle, because I was kind of a harsh manager, you know, concerned with the results of the Sankirtan devotees and the result of the temple and the punctuality of the day, all these things. But Prabhupada stressed, unless there is love and trust, all your planning will not work. It will fail, he said. It's a very important lesson. So I was happy when I met Bhakti True Swami in Ireland, and I could immediately relate to that. The way he was speaking and how he had compassion with people. You see, it's not about ultimately knowledge, it's about compassion, love and compassion. Love because, like Prabhupada said, in Back to God at 1940, he said, unless a soul is seen in all creatures, he said the duality between love and hate in this world will go on forever, and the world will never, ever find peace. That's what Prabhupada said. So, very important element, the element of compassion. Very important in Krishna consciousness. And you see, Prabhupada was praising Jesus Christ 900 times in the database, and many just put in compassion because of compassion. Prabhupada appreciated very much the element of compassion and kindness. And so Bhakti Sri Swami was kind, very kind. And I'm so sorry what happened. But let me tell you a little story. I got a message on the internet because I was thinking, how does Krishna allow him to ultimately end up on a ventilator? On a ventilator. Everybody knows, at least a German doctor told me, if somebody cannot breathe anymore, you have to use a ventilator, because otherwise he will die instantly. And if you take him off the ventilator prematurely, he will die within 30 seconds. You know, so there is a necessity there. Unfortunately, the success rate in America is out of 10, 8 people die. And in Germany, the record is out of 10, 1 person dies, because they're more expert in technology. And so there's a story there. Oh, I want to read you the message. Somebody said, our Prana Govinda Prabhu, sannyas candidate from Florida, was with His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Swami for the last 1 hour in hospital. Somehow the hospital management allowed him. He was chanting various prayers from Brahma Samhita Sannyas Mantra for Maharaj. Hope this news will give you pleasure. And pleasure in a lot of devotees' hearts. Your servant Prem Prakash Das. So it's a very consoling message that Prabhupada, Bhakti Sri Swami was not alone. And here I want to tell you a story what I have, my personal experience with ventilators. I have not been on a ventilator, but a good friend of mine who was a Sankirtan devotee in Holland, Dr. Steve, he saw on Sankirtan how two robbers broke, smashed the window and tried to get, and the owner came from inside, so owner opened the door, he came inside, they beat the owner. And this devotee, Dr. Steve, just was there. And he ran inside and he grabbed this man. And the other man took his gun and shot him 2 times in the belly. And he was immediately put on a ventilator in the hospital. Now, I was friends with him. We always shared, and we still have friendship. So I went 2 times. And every time I asked him, I said, Steve, can you hear me? Why don't you move your thumb that you hear me? No motion. And so I just talked with him. I said, you may not be able to do anything for me with your body, but you may be hearing. And so I spoke to him that he has done a great sacrifice on Sankirtan, being shot for the sake of somebody else. And there was no reaction on his body whatsoever, both times. Then he came out later, I met him later again, and he told me, I wanted to thank you. He said, on the ventilator, I could not move my body because I had no feeling for my body. It's a very strong, he's detached from his body, he couldn't feel any pain. He said, but I heard every single word you said. Every single word. So coming back to Bhakti Sri Swami, that Krishna arranged it that in the last hour he heard everything. And also, previously devotees visited him when he was on the ventilator. He could hear everything. It's not that Krishna shut somebody just down into ignorance. Krishna arranged it that he would hear and take the appreciations of the devotees and the well-wishing of the devotees. It's a wonderful thing to think about, that he was hearing up to the end. And he departed, which was an incredible shock to me. Because in the last 5 days, I happened to be in the room when Prabhupada was there, every day, minimum 6-7 hours. And I saw that it was Bhakti Sri Swami who came and went, and came and went. He went back and forth, he was cooking for Prabhupada. Prabhupada was actually, he was the only person that Prabhupada took medicines from, I was told, at that time, because he knew Bhakti Sri Swami very deeply. And he was worried. I heard himself saying that he was worried that something may happen to him, funny. And so Bhakti Sri Swami always served Prabhupada. He was the one, in fact, he was the one that gave Prabhupada the last water when Prabhupada was at the end of his life. 2 stories. One story is that Bhakti Sri Swami gave Prabhupada medicine. And Prabhupada took the medicine, and then he said, now did you close the bottle? Because Prabhupada was a medical man, he knows you take a pill, immediately close the bottle, because you may knock over that bottle if it's open. So he said, did you close the bottle? And Bhakti Sri Swami said, oh no, I forgot. And then Prabhupada said, that is your disease. He said, all of you, this is your disease, all of you. He said, you know how to open bottles, but you don't know how to close them. You start so many new things, but you do not see the consequences. I heard it myself, I was shocked. how Prabhupada, out of such a small little thing, could expound the whole philosophy, because we don't see the consequences. Look at the environment. The earth is poisoned, the food is poisoned, the rivers are poisoned, the ocean, the air, everything is poisoned because simply of this act of opening bottle and not knowing how to close it. That's a simple explanation. Now then Prabhupada said, you know how to live, but you don't know how to die. And I have to show you. And this is how Prabhupada got the idea that Yadubha should film his departure. There was a film made based on this very sentence. You know how to live, you don't know how to die, and therefore I have to show you. So it's a wonderful sequence. From the bottle, you know how to open bottles, you don't know how to close them, you know how to live, but you don't know how to die. And therefore I have to show you. It's a wonderful sequence. I was very happy to hear this, being right there. Bhakti Swami was there as well, to hear that message. Then, just before Prabhupada left, one of the last things he said was, everything moving and non-moving, there's nothing but Krishna. This consciousness is called Krishna consciousness. It took about 5 minutes to say that. But everybody was listening. You know, it was one of the last days. Prabhupada was already, I remember he was already heaving and struggling with breathing when he stopped for one moment, and his hand went up like this, completely peaceful. No trembling, no, my hand is trembling. Prabhupada's hand was not trembling. Very peaceful. And he said, everything, it was like the universe was speaking, or something from the Bible, you know, some God on the mountain of Sinai or something. He said, everything moving and non-moving, there's nothing but Krishna. This consciousness is called Krishna consciousness. Then after some time, we saw that Prabhupada was leaving. Anybody who has seen somebody die, can you lift up your hands? Yes. Anybody who has seen it, you have to see it once. I saw it with my brother, I saw it with my father, I've seen enough. That you can understand when it comes close. You can hear the struggle. Good, it is called in Sanskrit literature. And so we saw it coming, and Bhakti Swami, Prabhupada had his mouth open, and Bhakti Swami gave him water. It was not you, it was not me, it was not such and such Maharaj, it was Bhakti Swami. He gave him the water. And immediately after that, minutes later, Prabhupada left the planet. And it was awesome. We all cried. It was impossible not to cry. I saw Triadvaita Swami crying. I saw about 60 people in the room. Everybody was crying. It was heartbreaking, that situation. But at the same time, Prabhupada told him where he would go. There's everything moving, there's nothing but Krishna. This consciousness is called Krishna consciousness. So where do you go if you're in this consciousness? You go to Krishna. It's very clear. Now somebody wrote me yesterday that he thinks Bhakti Swami went to the spiritual world. Personally, I don't believe that, for one reason. That Prabhupada told us when somebody achieves the mercy of Krishna at the time of death, he will take birth in the universe and participates in Krishna's pastimes. That's what Prabhupada said. And he becomes trained in Krishna consciousness. That's what Prabhupada told us. So that's where he went. He is associating with Krishna right now. Krishna arranged that he could hear what the devotees were saying or singing at the last time, in the last day of his life or the last hour of his life, and he left gloriously. There are not many people like Bhakti Swami, like Prabhupada said, he was more advanced than most of us, even after 30 years or 40 years of Krishna consciousness. He was more advanced at birth. He was very special, he was very kind, he was very understanding, he was a very good listener, and I'm so happy that somehow or other I could have his association, first in Germany, then in Ireland, and then particularly in the last days of Srila Prabhupada. Bhakti True Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Go Premananda Haribol.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to hear from Vaishakhi Mataji. I wanted to take a few minutes, maybe, since he spoke about the ventilator. It's not about ventilators, but an induced coma. So many things are going around. I read things, I hear devotees have approached me about Maharaj's leaving. I was a year ago, I was in Hawaii, one of my godbrothers, he was also in the hospital. He had a brain aneurysm. Anyway, from the time he went into the hospital, he only lasted 4 days, 5 days, and they put him in an induced coma. We hear this with Maharaj, induced coma. He had also been put into an induced coma. And the day before he left, in the evening, I was sitting with him because he was lying in the bed. Had drilled into his brain. He was in a coma. And his son was living in the temple. His son was 20 years old. He had just come from South America. So he was staying with Spatantra was his name. He was the head pujari. So he's in the hospital. He's in an induced coma, which means they put him in the coma. And it was evident that he wasn't going to last more than another 24 hours. And I started talking to him in this coma, so-called coma state. And of course he was hooked up to all the machines. So it showed his blood pressure, his heart beat, all these things were there. And I started talking to him about it was okay for him to leave. I told him his son would be taken care of. And immediately I saw a spike in all of these different registers. His pulse went up, his heart rate went up, everything went up. But I could understand, he heard me. It wasn't that he was unconscious. He was in this induced coma. But the consciousness was there. So I began speaking more and more. I talked to him for over a half an hour, just telling him it was okay to go. His son was okay, he was okay. His Panchatattva was circle. So I just thought of it in relationship to Bhakti True Maharaj. Whatever he was on ventilator, so-called induced coma, all these things. Prabhupada was there chanting to him, everything was going on. And he was certainly hearing all of it. It wasn't that there's no unconsciousness is not there. Consciousness is always there. So I just wanted to make that point. He wasn't ever alone, Maharaj. And certainly, if I get an opportunity, I'll speak a little more to say how everything happens perfectly according to Krishna's plan. His going when he went, that's when he was supposed to go. If we learn anything in Krishna consciousness, it's that Krishna is doing everything. We say not a blade of grass moves, but to speak of somebody like Bhakti True Maharaj from the very beginning, Prabhupada just took him right in, like his son. So he was certainly taken care of through his whole life. Whenever I saw Maharaj, all he did was talk about Prabhupada. Every time we go in his room, he would start telling us stories when he was with Prabhupada. That first year of his life in Krishna consciousness was with Srila Prabhupada constantly. So there's no question his passing was most glorious passing to be with Prabhupada, as he was and as he still is. Thank you.
Thank you. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti-Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tharine. So from the time Bhakti-Charu Swami was put in this condition, there were classes going on amongst his disciples on Zoom, and for 2 weeks straight, I studied Bhakti-Charu Swami's book, 2 times reading it this time, because in Bhakticaru Swami's book, Ocean of Mercy, he spoke about himself. He didn't speak about his accomplishments, about the service that he did after Prabhupada left. He spoke about how he came to Krishna consciousness and how Srila Prabhupada bestowed his mercy upon him. And I considered that book to be on the same level as Bhagavad-Gita concerning the two personalities. Of course, Krishna spoke Bhagavad-Gita, and Bhakticaru Swami, he gave us this Ocean of Mercy. And I found in that book, the reason I had to read it 2 times very carefully is because he had so many succinct sutras in that book about his realizations and about service to Srila Prabhupada. Now, since meeting Bhakticaru Swami when he was just a bhakta in Mayapur, he was assigned to help me set up book tables in Mayapur then. From that time, I knew immediately that he was a very special devotee, completely cultured. It's like you get these instant mixes and you just have to add water and then poof, you get it. So that's exactly the type of devotee Bhakticaru Swami was when he was a bhakta. He was perfect in everything. His mannerisms, his etiquette, the way he spoke to us, the way he did service. I was just astounded that he was a new bhakta. And then right after that, after meeting Prabhupada, I heard that Prabhupada had given him double initiation at that time, and he had become Prabhupada's secretary, Prabhupada's cook, Prabhupada's servant, and I understood why, because of his qualifications, but I wanted to understand this person. So since that time, it was 1976 when he was a bhakta in the Mayapur, since that time, because 3 months after his first and second initiation on Snan Yatra, he was awarded sannyas. Prabhupada made sure from that time onwards that no women could enter into Prabhupada's house, because now Bhakticaru Swami was a sannyasi. He didn't want any mixing there, especially in Prabhupada's kitchen. So from hearing, from reading, from seeing, I very carefully studied him all these years, since 1977. Now it's 2020. 43 years I've been studying him. So I gave for the disciples a 1-hour presentation of Bhakticaru Swami's quotations from his book. We don't have an hour now. I couldn't share it because it's all on screen. But all of his realizations and all of the knowledge he's giving us about how to serve Prabhupada, he's put in his book. If you really want to understand how to become a perfect servant of Srila Prabhupada, you read that book very carefully and take notes. I've taken so many notes. All the secrets he's given us of how to become the perfect servant of Srila Prabhupada. But then while making this presentation, because I was making it for the disciples, the last frame and the very last quotations in Bhakticaru Swami's book just broke my heart. He said 2 things. Srila Prabhupada's assurance that although he would someday disappear from our vision, he would always be present. For a while, in order to lead us onto the spiritual path, he had become visible to us. And then he had left our sight to motivate us to move forward toward the spiritual world to find him. So this was Bhakticaru Swami's, his motivation for continuing in devotional service after Prabhupada left us, to move forward toward the spiritual world to find Srila Prabhupada. And then finally, the last words of his book, sometime in the future, it does not matter when, I will reach my ultimate destination and once again be at the lotus feet of my beloved Srila Prabhupada. So this was the goal of Bhakticaru Swami. And it's the goal of all of the disciples of their guru, of Srila Prabhupada, of Bhakticaru Swami's disciples. Once again be at the lotus feet of my beloved Srila Prabhupada. It's very, very difficult to enter into the personal service of Srila Prabhupada. It's the most guarded service in all of ISKCON. And you make a mistake, you're finished. Right? You make enough mistakes, you're finished. Anyone who's had the fortune of serving Srila Prabhupada, particularly here in Vrindavan, it's the only goal in life to again be back in that service of Srila Prabhupada. And it's actually the only meditation. We served at different times. Of course, Bhakticaru Swami, he did the ultimate, most intimate service for Prabhupada in 1977. But whoever got the opportunity to serve Srila Prabhupada, it's the only thing they want to do. We're not even interested in going back to Godhead. We don't even care who we are, it doesn't matter. All we want is, again, to be at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. That's our meditation. That's our goal. That's what we think of. That, well, whenever I'm going to die, please, just let me serve Prabhupada again, wherever he is. It doesn't matter. So, Bhakticaru Swami, he had those same goals in life. That let me be again at the lotus feet of my beloved Srila Prabhupada. So we can be assured that Bhakticaru Swami has gone to serve Prabhupada again, and his disciples, who are so dedicated to his lotus feet because of his incredible qualifications as a pure devotee, as a pure disciple of Srila Prabhupada, if they just stick very tightly to the instructions that he's given. Now we're going through, just as we compare Ocean of Mercy to the Bhagavad-Gita of Krishna. So during these days, it's just like the Srimad Bhagavatam, because Krishna spoke the Bhagavad-Gita, that's one type of katha. The second type of katha is about Krishna. So from 700 verses, then it expanded into 18,000 verses. And when we read the amazing service that Bhakticaru Swami did within ISKCON, and his meditation was that now I've done everything that you've asked me to do, Srila Prabhupada. Now you please let me come to you again. He spoke like this, and there was so many lectures are coming now, so many appreciations from our God brothers. All of the service that he did. So this appreciation helps us understand even more the importance of becoming completely fixed at the lotus feet of our spiritual master, and our only goal in life should be to continue to serve his lotus feet lifetime after lifetime. Just as Bhakticaru Swami, he prayed that way, just let me again find Srila Prabhupada in the spiritual world. So with that short message, if you want to know more about the wonderful things that Bhakticaru Swami gave us, his realizations, read his book again and again. You'll learn how to become a perfect servant of your Guru Maharaj. And if you don't want to read the whole book, you can see the presentation. It's 1 hour. The most beautiful slokas that I felt from that book that helped us understand his love for Srila Prabhupada and how we can become perfect servants as he was. Hare Krishna. Jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Madam Chakra. That was wonderful. We're going to hear now from someone about a lot of association, Bhakti-Yoga. We'll speak next, and while you're getting up there, I'm going to read this from our godbrother, Mukunda Datta, Prabhupada's disciple. Vandavat pranams, Jai Srila Prabhupada. Despite all our ardent supplications, Krishna has somehow taken Bhakti True Maharaj away from us. No one can stop Krishna's inscrutable will. It seems clear that Srila Prabhupada must have had some new task awaiting Maharaj wherever he is now gone. But Maharaj has left this world while preaching on Srila Prabhupada's behalf, and that is always glorious. There was no one quite like Bhakti True Maharaj, one of ISKCON's great stalwarts whose association we will miss. Although he joined ISKCON very late, he was immediately recognized by Srila Prabhupada and quickly became one of those blessed with Srila Prabhupada's close association in the final year, 1977. Bhakti True Maharaj was exactly the kind of person Srila Prabhupada was looking for in the 70s. Young, cultured, educated, competent, sincere, and Indian. Even in 1977, most initiates of ISKCON were from the West. After 1970, Srila Prabhupada worked very hard to create an institution that could reawaken Indians to their own spiritual heritage. He once told his disciple Govinda Dasi that his spiritual master had ordered him to preach among the English-speaking people, and that he had accomplished that. Now, Prabhupada added, he wanted to fill his own desire, which was to bring Krishna consciousness back to India. Bhakti Swami was one of the ripe fruits of Srila Prabhupada's Indian preaching. Without a doubt, Srila Prabhupada saw how much Maharaj would also be able to enrich ISKCON. And Maharaj very well did so in the years following Srila Prabhupada's disappearance. If we name those who deserve the sobriquet, Prabhupada man, Bhakti True Maharaj is always mentioned, for he was a staunch defender of Srila Prabhupada and of ISKCON. He was personally trained by Srila Prabhupada. I remember that whenever he initiated his disciples, he would ask them to vow that they would never leave ISKCON. So much service he did for this. So many devotees have always appreciated that Maharaj was perfect in so many ways. He was an excellent speaker, singer, manager, cook, and so much more, an all-arounder, as Srila Prabhupada used to say. He was also known as a perfect gentleman. He barely personified Vaishnava culture, which is what made his association so valuable. His love for others was completely natural, extending from his great love for Srila Prabhupada. He was a perfect disciple. Now his pristine example will be sorely missed and remembered. Fortunately for us, he has left more of himself within his disciples than they now may realize. At least I can say I haven't met a disciple of Bhakti True Maharaj who doesn't embody his Krishna conscious qualities to a great degree. That is the proof of his greatness, the linga parichite. The tree is judged by its roots. But his disciples must feel so crushed now, as this has come about very quickly and perhaps unexpectedly. The pain they feel today is no doubt like the pain that Maharaj himself somehow endured in November 1977. It is a pain that reoccurs in each generation of disciples in our parampara. What to do? Tasyahi dhruvam mrityur dhruvam janmamritasya cha. Now is the time for all his followers to rise to the occasion and truly act as his representatives, is in exactly the way that he did so on behalf of Srila Prabhupada. In that way, the rest of us will also feel his presence. Today, let us all fall at his lotus feet, thank him for his association, and beg for his blessing. Srila Bhakti True Swami Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Your humble servant, Mukunda Datta. Thank you for waiting. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Riti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschat Desatarine Vanchakalpatarubhasya kipasindubhaiva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namo. Srimad Bhakticaru Maharaj ki jai. We lost yet another jewel. Like so many Prabhupada's disciples, they are all glorious, dedicated, very devoted to Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. Bhakticaru Maharaj was one of them. He may apparently had less years with Srila Prabhupada, but he definitely had more hours with Srila Prabhupada, many more hours than many of us. And I was so amazed that in last 10 months, during Srila Prabhupada's presence in this world, he served Srila Prabhupada so affectionately, lovingly, and with devotion. He will live forever in the books, in the pages of his books, in his words, in his songs, and in the hearts of his disciples and all of us. Kirti Jasya Sajivati. Prabhupada often quotes this last line of this Chanakya Pandit slok. Chalat chittam chalat vittam, chala jivana jauvanam, chala chalamidam sarvam, kirti jasya sajivati. Chalat chittam, the mind is restless, unsteady, accepts and rejects. Chalat vittam, money, wealth is restless. They change hands, come and go. Chala jivana jauvanam, the life and youthfulness come and go and everybody dies. Chala chalamidam sarvam. Similarly, the whole cosmic manifestation, they come and go, come and go. But kirti jasya sajivati. But one who is kirtiman, he lives forever. Kirtiman means one who has achieved or one who has done something substantial in his life for himself and for others, something most beneficial for himself and others. Kirti jasya sajivati. So he was a jewel. And Sri Narottam Das Thakur sings, Thakur Vaishnav Pad, Dharanir Susampad, Suno Hoya Ek Mon, Ashray Loiya Bhaje, Tare Krishna Nahi Taje, Ar Sab More Okaron. He says, Thakur Vaishnav Pad, the lotus feet of a Vaishnava or a Vaishnava. Dharanir Susampad, not only for a particular society, community, but for the whole planet. He is an asset. The Vaishnava is a treasury, most coveted treasury. So Bhakticaru Maharaj is one of them. Of course, there are so many other jewel-like devotees of Srila Prabhupada, disciples of Srila Prabhupada, but he was also one of them and very special. I first met Bhakticaru Maharaj in Lajpat Nagar, New Delhi, when from Bombay, Prabhupada, Bhakticaru Maharaj and Tamal Krishna Maharaj and some other, one or two other, they came to Delhi, stopped over for a night, and next day they went to Rishikesh. First they were supposed to go to Kashmir. Prabhupada was telling to Sriman Narayan and Ramkrishna Bajaj that I am planning, now it's too hot here, I am planning to go to Kashmir. But then they suggested that, no, why don't you go to Haridwar, that's Rishikesh, that's a very nice place and it will help your health. So they went to Rishikesh. So there I met Bhakticaru Maharaj for the first time, and we spoke for a little while and we introduced each other. Before I didn't know him, and from that time onwards I could realize that he was a special soul, and the way he served Srila Prabhupada. Now I didn't have so much, because I am a devotee from here, Vrindavan. You know, he's only Bengali god brother from Vrindavan after Bhihu Chaitanya. So I was not so much having so much association with him. Only whenever he came here, we met, and in MBT we met, and like that. But now, by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, not 1 year ago, I was asked by the BBT and Bhaktivedanta Archives President, I forgot, so he wrote me a letter. I think few years ago, Dinabandhu Prabhu also told me that BBT wants somebody to translate all of Prabhupada's room conversations, which are still unfinished, undone. So he can contact them. So that time I was doing some books, so I didn't pay so much attention. But last 1 year, they contacted me and they said that these lectures, so many of them are still there and so much nectar, and would you like to help? I said, Prabhupada left 43 years ago. Why nobody has done it? This Hindi and Bengali, they said, you know, not everybody can do. Only somebody who has some experience in translation. Besides, he has to know Hindi, Bengali and English, because all the conversations that Prabhupada had with different devotees and his god brothers and others, they were mostly there in parentheses, in bracket, in Hindi or Bengali, but they couldn't capture. They tried, some devotee for some time, but couldn't do. So now last 1 year, and they told me that you go backwards. They sent me the link, the whole, from 1966 to 1977, 14th November. 14th November, there is only one audio, the devotees chanting around Srila Prabhupada in Prabhupada's room. And everything else, all other conversations, so many of them, I have already sent more than 100 conversations, maybe 700, 800 pages, translation of Hindi and Bengali. So what I mean to say, that I came to know Bhakticharu Maharaj more in that, in what mood he served Srila Prabhupada, and how closely he was with Prabhupada, and what exactly he did. Everything is on record, is on audio records. So I had opportunity to render that into English and send to BBT and Bhaktivedanta Archives. I'll just, not only he had Prabhupada's very close personal association, but he also had the association of many of Srila Prabhupada's precious god brothers. I have few names here, just he had association of these people also, along with Srila Prabhupada, because he was present with Srila Prabhupada all the time, 24 hours. Maybe they took turn, especially Bhakticharu, Upendra, Tamal Krishna, and others will come and go. All the GBCs, when they came to know that Prabhupada is going to leave his body, so they came from all over, Athuri, Sri Rameswar, Mamsa, Kirtan, so many of them, Guru Kripa, so many of them. But so along with them, the local Vaishnavas from different temples, like Srila Prabhupada, 5 of Srila Prabhupada's god brothers came, and they spoke in Bengali. And you have to see, when they speak in Bengali, when Prabhupada speaks in Bengali, he was at ease, he was very comfortable. He was very free. He was talking and joking and laughing. You can't imagine. Prabhupada left 7:30 in 14th November. 13th November, 24 hours before that, 13th November evening, Ban Maharaj, Krishnadas Baba and Ananda Prabhu came to see him and spoke for 40 minutes in Bengali. So much nectar, so many things. You can't imagine that this person is going to leave his body after 24 hours. So Bhakti Vaibhav Puri Maharaj, Ban Maharaj, Krishnadas Babaji, Ananda Prabhu, Indupati Prabhu. These were Prabhupada's god brothers. One day, Prabhupada asked Bhakticharu, can you call Panditji? That time Pradyumna was known as Panditji because he is a Sanskrit scholar and he was doing Sanskrit and translation. So he thought Prabhupada meant Pradyumna. But he said, the Pradyumna Prabhu? No. Panditji, no, Panditji, I wanted to see him. Then that was it. The next day when Indupati Prabhu, one of Prabhupada's god brothers from Madhav Maharaj Gauriya Math, he was a pujari there and he was very closely connected with Srila Prabhupada. So Prabhupada, for some reason, he wanted to talk to him and he could not remember the name and the place. But when he came one day with maybe Narayan Maharaj, with Narayan Maharaj he came and Adhokshaj Prabhu, when they came, Prabhupada told Bhakticharu, oh, you see, I was asking you, this is the Panditji, this is Indupati. So then he spoke with him and everything. Then Narayan Maharaj, of course, he was Prabhupada's sannyas god brother, not real god brother, sannyas god brother. Pisima, Vrindavan De, Prabhupada's son, Chandra Babu, Pisima's son, Sarup Damodar Maharaj. These are the list Prabhupada spoke in Bengali with. He spoke in Sarup Damodar, Bengali, although he is Manipuri. Many times Prabhupada spoke with him in Bengali. I translated all this. I'll just inform you that all these translations which I have done and sent, they are editing and they will be, maybe I don't know if they have already presented, but they will come in the next updated version of the Vedaves. Vedaves, whenever they bring out, so all this will be there and you can have all the nectar. Sarup Damodar, Bhakticharu Maharaj, Subhag Maharaj, Nitai Chand, Adhokshaj Prabhu, Sachidananda the singer, Kabiraj, who treated Prabhupada before he went to London and after he came back from London. That's Banamali Prabhu, Banamali Kabiraj. Dr. Ghosh from Allahabad, Doctor from Kodai Canal, O.B.L. Kapoor, Atul Krishna Goswami, two Radha Damodar Goswamis, Mr. Bosu. Mr. Bosu was Bhakti Pradeep Tirtham. Okay. So just he had so much close connection with all those. Whenever they talked with Prabhupada and Prabhupada spoke with them, so he had the opportunity to listen, as we will all have one day. Anyway, so one day, I'll tell few things, what I remember. One day, Bhakticharu, one day Pisima comes. She came from Calcutta, Pisima and Chandrababu, her son, and her son lived in Imlitala Gauriya Math. And Pisima comes and Bhakticharu Maharaj was there. So Prabhupada asked, where is Chandra? So Pisima says, he came yesterday to see you, but you were not available. So he couldn't see you, he returned back. So he said, no, call him, he can stay here. Then he said to Bhakticharu that you make all arrangements for her and for her stay and everything. He said, yes, everything is arranged, Prabhupada, is already arranged. He said, no, is her room okay? Is her bathroom all right? You check, you go and see. Bhakticharu Maharaj said, Prabhupada, I am a sannyasi, I cannot go to ladies' ashram. Okay, anyway, but you make sure that everything is perfect and all right for her, because she is a Vaishnavi and she should be taken care of. Another day, Pisima comes in and asks, slowly whispers, is he awake? And Bhakticharu says, no, Prabhupada says, Prabhupada was awake. Is he sleeping? And Prabhupada said, no. He said, will you take some sukta today? Will you eat some sukta today? And Prabhupada says, yes, but later. Ekhon noy, pore. So he told Bhakticharu to make all the arrangements, ingredients and everything so that she can cook. like that. One day Bhakticharu Maharaj comes with Prabhupada's lunch plate, prasad plate, 1 o'clock. He comes and he sets it in front of Srila Prabhupada's table, and he says, Bhakticharu says, Srila Prabhupada, I forgot to bring laban. I forgot to bring salt. And Prabhupada said, immediately Prabhupada said, you must forget. You always forget. Forget you must. Actually, it would have taken maybe 30 seconds to run to the kitchen and bring salt. But Prabhupada, the lesson here is that when you serve Prabhupada, Bandho Mui Sabdhano Mate, we should be so careful and with full attention that we not make any mistake. We would be careful. So like that, okay, just one more. Prabhupada and Bhakticharu Maharaj, we all know, as he left his body in America, and so there is no problem when a pure devotee leaves his body, whether India or America. Prabhupada, at least 2 times I came across in my work that Prabhupada said, America is my fatherland, India is my motherland. So America was Prabhupada's fatherland, he left his body there. He says, no problem, because he said, I started this movement from America. You know, Prabhupada was very proud of his American disciples. He said, you know, they helped me. They came forward first. They helped me. I stayed up whole night, wrote books, and I told them to sell. They sold books and brought money. I told them to double. They doubled it and brought money. I told them to triple. They tripled it and brought money. So that's how this movement came, and I brought revenue from there to here, and like that. So he was very proud, and he often, 2 times he said, in America is my fatherland, that's where I got my money from, that's why father brings money. So like that, one day Bhakticharu Maharaj said to Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, ektu Vedana juice dobo, will I give you little pomegranate juice? Prabhupada said, no, give me some water. You have Ganges water? Yes. So give me Ganges water. And that's enough. But Prabhupada, he didn't take anything since morning. Said, no, later I will take. So another day, what was I going to say? Another day he brought a glass of juice and he offered to Prabhupada. And he said, Prabhupada, there is a medicine due for you. It's time. Will you please take the medicine also along with the juice? He said, that's all I am eating. It's the medicine only I am eating. Why you want to give me medicine all the time? I don't want any more medicine. Don't give me any more medicine. Just give me Ganges water and chant, do kirtan, and read Bhagavatam. That's all. So I won't take long time. There's so much more, and I'm not well also. But please bless me so that I can finish all the rest of the thing. I'm in May now. Starting from November, I'm going backwards. November, October. So I'm in May. So I'll, by all of your blessings, so we can, we have to follow Bhakticharu Maharaj's example, and we pray that someday we can follow in his footsteps and be a sober and snigdha devotee, sublime devotee like Bhakticharu Maharaj. Bhakticharu Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you very much. Next we will hear Bhakti-yoga Maharaj say a few words. Thank you for coming.
Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripasindhubhevyacha patitanan pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. I think that at this point, anything that I may say would be repetitive of something that has already been said. Nonetheless, in honor of my exalted godbrother, Srila Bhakti-True Swami Maharaj, I will try to say a few words. I have read that Rupa Goswami has described devotional service. And he has said that the first principle of bhakti is to take shelter of a bona fide spiritual master. And he has said that the next point is to take initiation from that spiritual master. And the next point is to serve that spiritual master in a very intimate sense of love. And that is the example that I always saw in Srila Bhakti-True Swami Maharaj. His spirit of intimate, loving service to Srila Prabhupada. I first encountered Maharaj here in Vrindavan in 1977. And one of my first very powerful impressions of Maharaj was on the morning of August 29th, 1977. I can remember the date because on August 28th, this is when Srila Prabhupada left Vrindavan for his last preaching tour to the West. And we know that Srila Prabhupada made it as far as London, and then he had to return due to his poor health condition. The morning after, Srila Prabhupada left here about 2 o'clock in the morning, 2 or 3 in the morning. I can recall it was raining. We had all gathered to see Srila Prabhupada off. Srila Prabhupada was going for his last preaching tour. He was so weak he couldn't walk. And they carried him in the palanquin to his car. And he was so weak that he couldn't sit in the back seat, but he had to lay down. And when we saw the car moving up in the road and we all offered our obeisances, we were crying with the fear that we'd never see our spiritual master again. So that next morning, or later that morning, about somewhere 9 o'clock or so, I decided I would go to Srila Prabhupada's kitchen and I would clean the kitchen. And when I went in, I found Bhakti-True Maharaj sitting there with his head in his hands, and he was just profusely weeping. And I said, Maharaj, what is the problem? And then he told me how he had been meant to go with Srila Prabhupada, but his passport wasn't ready, so he couldn't travel. And I could just see, how he was burning in this desire to render service to his spiritual master. And then as Bhumipati Prabhu indicated, like I've listened to the 77 room conversations many, many times. And it points where you see that Prabhupada may be feeling some despair, or Prabhupada may be feeling some type of anxiety or uncertainty about the situation. Prabhupada would call Srila Bhakti-True Swami Maharaj. And you can hear them just intimately discussing, and Bhakti-True Maharaj giving assurance and love to Srila Prabhupada. So that was the first impression that I had of Maharaj. That he just cried for the service of his spiritual master, and he wanted to serve Srila Prabhupada confidentially and intimately. And he carried on that mood of service his entire life. He always went from one wonderful achievement to the next wonderful achievement. I can recall one time I was requested to perform some service. Maharaj requested me to perform a service. I told him, I said, I don't think I'm capable of doing that. And he showed me that very sweet, coy smile that he had. And he said, Prabhu, Maharaj, Krishna can empower an ant to become a Brahma. So in his life, he was always achieving greater and greater things. He was always kind to every Vaishnava. And as has been said so many times, he was a perfect gentleman. Now, I don't know that if it is written in Srila Prabhupada's books or if it's just one of the things that we heard when we were young, but we always heard that Prabhupada said that the definition of a Vaishnava is that he's a perfect gentleman. And that was Bhakti-True Swami Maharaj. He was a gentleman par excellence. He lived in Vaishnav Sadachar. He was always kind. He was always compassionate. He always had time for everyone. And when you were with him, it seemed that time just stood still. Meaning that there wasn't anybody else that he had to worry about. He could just focus his attention upon you. I never served on a project together with Bhakti-True Maharaj, but for the past ages, whenever I would go to Mayapur, I would always receive that special invitation to come for lunch. And it was the lunch that you could die for. I went to Ujjain one time with Shivaram Swami Maharaj. And I remember every day he was having the brahmacharis cook these just amazing Bengali feasts. Phenomenal. I remember when we went there, he came to visit myself and Shivaram Swami Maharaj. He saw the room that Shivaram Swami Maharaj was in. He said, "No, this is not good enough for you. You should take my room." He just vacated his room so Maharaj could move in. So he was kind, he was compassionate, he was caring. And first of all, he just always had this so deeply rooted conception of service to His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. And also we've read in Srila Prabhupada's books and our Goswami's literatures that if divine love will ever arise in any of our hearts, that divine love will only come through rendering service to our spiritual masters. So I'm very blessed that I had the association of such a great saint, Vaishnava saint. And as Bhaktivinoda Thakur has written, he reasons ill who say that Vaishnavas die while thou art living still and sound. The Vaishnava dies to live, and living tries to spread the holy name around. Bhakti True Maharaj, wherever he is now, he has been greeted by Srila Prabhupada. Wherever he is now, there's a joyous festival going on. And I'm still always praying that he will bestow his mercy upon me. So I'm thankful to Srila Prabhupada, and I'm thankful to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that they've given me the association with such a saintly Vaishnava in my life. Srila Bhakti True Swami Maharaj Ki, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Maharaj. Next we're going to hear Vaishnava Maharaj will come to speak next. Thank you. And then Vrindavan Prabhu is going to read an offering from Mahadevi after he speaks.
ओम अज्ञानं तिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिचारु स्वामी इति नामिने। नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिनि इति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पश्चात् देशतारिणे। So, we have heard, we are hearing since 3 days from Mayapur, Sravanutsav, from Ujjain, from different places, from India, from abroad also, about the glories of Bhakticaru Maharaj. Now also, we heard many of his glories. I am the junior most among all of you, but still I am feeling proud to be in such a moment where such elevated, perfect devotees are there under the proper leadership and guidance of Srila Prabhupada. And as everybody says that Bhakticaru Maharaj was so much dedicated to the service of his spiritual master. Sometimes, most of the times, he used to consider Srila Prabhupada more than Krishna. And he wrote his Vyaspuja offering in 2012 that Prabhupada, somehow or other I have done what you have assigned me to do. And you have called some of your child to you, so please call me. I want to be with you. And he was writing this in 2012. And after 8 years, he got this call. And through America only. As Bhumipati Prabhu was telling, Prabhupada used to feel proud of America as his father's land, from where he got his resources for this movement. He started this movement from America actually. I used to tell always in India that this Hare Krishna Mahamantra, this culture, this worship, this is not new in India. This is thousands and thousands year old culture in India, but everybody forgot it. And Prabhupada tried to his best to preach in India. In Jhansi, he initiated one person, Acharya, his name was Prabhakar Acharya, and nothing happened. Prabhupada was so intelligent. He said, why? Because in India at that time, in early 70s, everybody, all learned, illiterate, everybody was so much blindly after Western culture, Western civilization. So Prabhupada said, okay, I have to make this arrangement that this institution, this Hare Krishna mantra, this culture should be imported and branded USA. Then they will blind after it. This thing happened, this works. Prabhupada went to America somehow or other and get registered in Newark. This society, he registered in Newark. And same culture, it's old wine in new bottle, something like that. He brought this culture went to India. When he was going, you people who know, Prabhupada alone with his chhatri and his stick, not single person to Tata bye-bye when he was going in cargo ship. When Prabhupada arrived in India with some of his white disciples, American disciples, all the biggest, the famous personalities of India, they used to go to, and when he arrived in Vrindavan, nobody was asking him. Even the mayor and the governor, they came to see him. And he spread all over world within 11 years. 11 years he spread far and wide this movement and this devotional culture with the help of American devotees only. That's why Prabhupada was so proud. And Bhakticaru Maharaj, though he joined Prabhupada in 76 only, I think, and so quickly he became so near and dear to Prabhupada and was so much dedicated to his mood and to his service. He translated single-handedly, as Satyanarayana Prabhu was telling, all the literatures, Prabhupada's books into Bengali language. And he used to take vow that Prabhupada used to translate in night, and I used to, midnight he will wake up and start translating. Until and unless he complete all these books, he will spend night after night for translation. And as Govinda Maharaj was mentioning, I heard this first time, this perfectly, as Rupa Goswami said, this bhakti starts Ado Guru Pada Asraya, then Dikhya, then Sikhya, then Visrambena Guru Seva, and all this step by step perfectly Bhakticaru Maharaj followed as a practical example of teachings of Prabhu Goswami. So, by hearing all these things, I am feeling really proud that we are in such a perfect institution, such a perfect moment, where such elevated personalities, devotees are there. So much dedicated devotees are there, and at least we cannot be like them, but we can called as their followers. Not even good followers, but somehow or other, we are in this moment where they were there. So, Bhakticaru Maharaj, just like everybody mentioned that whenever he will give initiation, he will always tell a fifth vow. 4 vows everybody knows, 5th vow, never ever leave ISKCON. And he used to say that if somehow or other, whatever, reading, chanting, hearing, practicing, everything, if somehow or other you can enable yourself to reach the lotus feet of Prabhupada, then that is the achievement of your life, success of your life. That was his teaching, that was his mood, that somehow or other to be fully protected at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. And that's what all the revealed scripture says. And he was a living example of it, very practical. He showed us how to achieve it, and he did it. And all of his action, his talkings, his singing, his cooking, his teaching, everything. He, in centennial year in 96, many devotees were doing many things to offer Prabhupada, and he did the Abhaycharan serial. It was so difficult job, but somehow or other he tried and tried to complete it with so much difficulty, he did that. And then he, to offer Prabhupada, he said, anyway, I spent this time here and there, I have to make some temple to offer Prabhupada. Prabhupada made 100 temples. So he was looking here and there. He was so mixing, and he was so famous to be friendly with anybody, from small person to very famous personalities. When he came to MP, the Chief Minister of MP, who was accompanied with him, and he was taking him to Jabalpur, to Ujjain, to this, and we want to give this, we want to give this. This Chief Minister was so impressed by his dealings and by his behavior, so impressed. And finally, he saw many places, finally he selected Ujjain. And at that time when he selected, the government was promised hundreds and hundreds of acres, and he had a dream of big project there, many things we should do, but somehow or other government changed, political things, but somehow or other, he, to keep his promise and word, the minister, he built that temple, totally marble temple, fully marble temple, in less than 10 months time, 8 to 10 months almost, complete. This installation happened within 8 to 10 months. It is impossible task. Such a huge, fully marble temple with guest house, restaurant, and brahmachari quarter, and fully, such a wonderful with park and everything, such a nice temple. So whenever he will take up some job to do, he will do it, and he just saw within 10 months he completed that wonderful temple. Now anybody can go and see, and not only complete the temple, now everywhere in the temple we will see, oh, where is the devotee to fulfill, or no pujari, no this. Now when he completed the temple, before completion, hundreds and hundreds of dedicated brahmacharis were there, because by his personality, many of them moved to wherever Maharaj will go there. And Ujjain temple, I think, always crowded temple. He moved from small village from Bangladesh to the British Parliament. All over he impressed by his behavior, by his dealings, by his speakings. He was friendly to everybody. As everybody said, he was perfect gentleman. Whenever he used to come, he used to see anybody, he will invite them for lunch. And he was expert cook, because he was cook of Prabhupada, and Prabhupada was expert cook. So sometimes there is a pastime, Prabhupada chastise and teach him how to cook some kind of special item. And he was trained up so perfectly, and he knows what is the taste, and how to eat nicely, how to feed nicely. So that's what any God brothers of Bhakticaru Maharaj, they will experience that when they meet Bhakticaru Maharaj, definitely Maharaj will invite for lunch or whatever. And his dealings and speaking and feeding is something far out. Just now Govinda Maharaj was telling also, in Mayapur, in Ujjain, and like that. So, and he was so caring, so compassionate. Always he has time for everybody. And he was so concerned when he was there as a great leader of the movement. He was so concerned for each and every things happening. If something mishappens, something, how to take care of it. And sometimes he used to start his program to go to all lost Prabhupada disciples, those who are old, and he wanted to bring them to the movement again. He started that movement also. He was so caring, and by his touch, by his behavior, by his loving dealings, many they come back also to the movement. So, if we go on telling about the glorious qualities of Bhakticharu Swami Maharaj, is unending. How can I explain something, but because Prabhuji told me, I am speaking something to purify myself, because such a pure, dedicated devotee, if we glorify him, then we will be purified and glorified. So I don't want to take much time. So again and again I am telling, anybody just have some little contact of Bhakticharu Swami Maharaj, they will be blessed, and they definitely feel the great loss of Bhakticharu Maharaj absent in the moment. And I don't know, this 2020, he gave a big blow to the whole world. The whole world is suffering, because, and especially ISKCON is suffering in 2020 by the heavy loss of absence of His Holiness Bhakticharu Swami Maharaj. Hare Krishna. All glories to Bhakticharu Swami Maharaj ki, Samveta Bhakta Vrinda ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. Now we're going to hear H.H.Bhakticaru, who is going to read an offering from Mahadevi, and then we'll hear Radharaman Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. My head at your feet, dear Maharaj. We're always following so intimately in the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada. Now you are serving Prabhupada again in Golok, relishing loving intimacy with him eternally. Whenever you came to Vrindavan, you always gave me your famous smile and inquired about my daughter Chaitanya. You had selected her to play the part of Malati in the Abhay Charan series, and you would kindly say in different ways. I grew very fond of her. She was a joy to have in our group of actors, and always attentive to her lines. A natural actress and such a nice singing voice. I asked her to play Bajahari Mama for me one time when we were sitting in the garden with the group. Her singing brought tears to my eyes, thinking of how Prabhupada was blessed, how Prabhupada has blessed the second generation of devotees born into ISKCON service. She is very sincere. I wish ISKCON could do more for this generation, maybe a vocational school. Maharaj was always thinking of others, how to engage the talents and abilities of others in Krishna consciousness. Chaitanya Nitai remembers His Holiness Bhakti Swami very friendly as well. Quote, he was always smiling with us and really radiated a love for us. He made us feel happy in His presence. Playing Malati in Abhay Charan series was so much fun. I got to spend time with Malati too. I feel out her personality then. We had some things in common, high spirit and a bit rebellious. Unfortunately, they dubbed Indian voices over our actual original voices, which seemed to make the authenticity go down. But I felt very blessed to make that friendship with Maharaj during the shooting. Many times Maharaj took prasad with us out in the garden. He could have eaten in the privacy of his room, but he seemed to enjoy telling us stories of Srila Prabhupada and laughing with us all. We were all still young and not initiated, but in our 20s. I'm 40 now.
One time I told him, Maharaj, I'm not so much of a devotee. I don't think I'll ever get initiated. He looked me in the eyes and said very sincerely, that's okay. You were born into Prabhupada's arms by being born into ISKCON. Everything happens when it's meant to be. He saw that I would raise questions, playing the devil's advocate, so to speak. Maharaj, why the big deal of separating men and women so much? They don't have this in Vrindavan. I had studied music in Vrindavan for 2 years and went for daily darshan in Vrindavan. He replied, Prabhupada said a man is good, a woman is good, but sometimes when they are mixed, not so good. You do as you see it as appropriate. I like that he turned out our intelligence, trusted our intelligence, and gave gentle actions, never judging us. I was shocked to hear of his passing. When he came to a kirtan fest in Alachua, he affectionately called me out of the group, Chaitanya Nitai, our wonderful rebel. How are you? I remember both of us laughing together when he said that I want to carry him in my heart forever. Thank you, Maharaj, for all you said and did in the service of Srila Prabhupada, and how you poured your kindness and affection on so many of our youth. Yes, you will live on forever, your servant Mahadevi Das. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. Now we'll hear from another one, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. In the beginning, I was not here present, and I scared that maybe something I will say and maybe the repetition type of. So, about Param Pujya Srila Bhakti-yoga Swami Maharaj. First of all, I will like to say, मैं यह कहना चाहूँगा कि how he came in touch with Srila Prabhupada. So Maharaj was there in Germany study. However, Maharaj got some idea about deep spiritual life of India. So from Germany he came to Delhi airport, and from there straight he went to Rishikesh, Himalaya, for looking for a spiritual master, guru. And however, Maharaj will have little appreciation for one personality they call Anandamayi, that very celebrated personality, Mataji. She has established a center, institution also. However, from there Maharaj came to Calcutta, and when Maharaj was there in Calcutta in his own house, he came in touch with Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. He got the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu compiled by Srila Prabhupada. And in that particular book, many things he learned, but one thing that Prabhupada was very confidential and powerful, saying Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. So this theme, Prabhupada was spending Bhakti Rasamrita, Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. And then Bhakticaru Maharaj was there. From there he came to, take a darshan of, he has heard about Chaitanya, he has known about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, deep understanding of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So Maharaj came to Mayapur for darshan, different, they are Mayapur, saintly person, followers of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, birthplace of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came. And somehow he came to ISKCON temple. It was either almost the end of 76 or early beginning of 77. So he came and joined ISKCON society, and because Mayapur festival was very not far away, Prabhupada came all the way from, Prabhupada came to Mayapur, and Prabhupada arrived in Mayapur within 10 days, because Bhakti-Charu Maharaj already joined. So Bhakti-Charu Maharaj came in touch with Srila Prabhupada, and within 10 days, less than 2 weeks time, Gaur Purnima was there, and right on Gaur Purnima festival time, Bhakti-Charu Maharaj got initiated. First and second initiation together. Many of you are, most of you, if not all of you are, at least most of you must be knowing, his brahmachari name was not Bhakti-Charu Swami Maharaj, Bhakti-Charu. What was his brahmachari name? Kheer Chor Gopinath. This is brahmachari name of Param Pujya Bhakti-Charu Swami Maharaj. But we don't know much more about Kheer Chor Gopinath Das, because within just in 90 days time, gap of sannyas and first initiation. So when he was about to become famous as a Kheer Chor Gopinath, their name changed. Gaur Purnima was first and second initiation, and Snan Purnima, you know Snan Purnima, Jagannath Snan. That time here, right here in Vrindavan, no, I don't remember that. Yeah, he got sannyas. Hardly 90 days difference between first initiation and sannyas initiation. So Bhakti-Charu Maharaj, and then, of course, when Bhakti-Charu Maharaj got initiated in Mayapur, and from there Prabhupada was supposed to go to Bombay. There a big program was organized after festival. So all secretaries, they were about to leave. At that time, last moment, Prabhupada remember, where is the newly initiated my dear disciple Kheer Chor Gopinath? And he was, Bhakti-Charu Maharaj was not supposed to go with the party. The party left, but Prabhupada insisted that this person, this disciple, Kheer Chor Gopinath, must come in my service. So Prabhupada left along with other devotees. Bhakti-Charu Maharaj came by train from Calcutta to Bombay. And then he joined Prabhupada's Seva. And from there, as we know, Prabhupada came. Of course, he was supposed to go to Rishikesh, and Prabhupada came. Probably here or directly from the Delhi, Prabhupada drive to Rishikesh. In Rishikesh, Prabhupada was there, and Bhakti-Charu Maharaj were other 3 or 4 disciples. Bhakti, there was Upendra Prabhu was there, and Tamal Krishna Maharaj, another person. Altogether 4 personalities were serving. One day something happened. Prabhupada had gone there for health. Something was, Prabhupada was not keeping well, so somebody advised, said Bajaj, some Bajaj, Ramakrishna Bajaj at that area. And Prabhupada was there living. One day, big storm, Andhi. Many things happened, and then one night, approximately 2 o'clock, Prabhupada called Bhakti-Charu Swami Maharaj. That time still he was Kheer Chor Gopinath. And Prabhupada ordered, please, it is time, it seems that I am going to leave this world, please take me to Vrindavan. It was midnight, 2 o'clock approximate, and then next day, Bhakti-Charu Maharaj and all the other devotees, they brought here in Vrindavan. Before coming Vrindavan, one night they stayed in Delhi, and next day here came. And then, he was Bhakti-Charu Maharaj always with him, serving, confidential, most intimate servant of Srila Prabhupada. But again, Prabhupada left for, plan was, one preaching plan was there, the Prabhupada, many Western devotees, American devotees, they wanted to see Prabhupada at last time. So Prabhupada started from here. It was journey-wise, he will stay there for London for a few days, and then he will go to different places, and eventually Prabhupada had to go to Los Angeles. But when Prabhupada left for London, Bhakti-Charu Maharaj stayed here few days only, and then Bhakticharu Maharaj went to Mayapur. And that time he has started his translation work. And as soon as Prabhupada when returned from London, Prabhupada could not go in America because of health problem was there. Prabhupada returned to Bombay. And from Bombay, when Prabhupada returned here, Vrindavan, first person Prabhupada reminded Bhakticharu Maharaj. And then immediately Bhakticharu Maharaj came here, and up to last moment, Prabhupada departure, you know, Prabhupada departed the 14th of November. Time was approximately 7:25. Time 7:25. So up to last moment, Bhakticharu Maharaj has a fortune to be with Srila Prabhupada and Srila Prabhupada. So, of course, there are many in the mind of Prabhupada. All disciples are very dearmost. Everyone single in Prabhupada's vision. There is no different. No, this is bigger and still. Srila Prabhupada gave such a affection, intimate affection for Bhakticharu Maharaj. That is unique position, and from his side also. Of course, Bhakticharu Maharaj, one quality we can remember in ISKCON, because managerial post, sometimes manager had to be some diplomatic, he gave some punishment, reward. But Bhakticharu Maharaj, although he up to the GBC chairman, he has managed, but he was like Ajat Satru. You know, Ajat Satru. Yudhishthira Maharaj was called that he Ajat Satru. One person who has no enemy. So his Bhakticharu Maharaj's position was in ISKCON, our society, like Ajat Satru. At least in his vision, in his mind, there no one was enemy for him. Everyone was very much sweet friend. So Bhakticharu Maharaj is one of the greatest, one of the dearest. One thing I remember, he was sweetest, one of the sweetest. This word is a sweetest personality in our society, Bhakticharu Maharaj. Very sweet, dealing very sweetly. When he was speaking, the meaning of those speech was very pleasing for heart. Besides, the sound vibration is such a sweet, you are very pleasing to ear. When he spoke, sweet vibration was very sweet, very pleasing for ear. And when we consider the meaning of the speech, it was very much pleasing to our heart and our mind. So Bhakticharu Maharaj was the sweetest, one of the sweetest personality in our society. So we remember his many transcendental qualities. So I should stop here. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj. Next we hear from Vrindavan Chandra Maharaj.
वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। आज विशेष अवसर है और बहुत प्रसन्नता का अवसर नहीं है। हम लोग परम पूज्य भक्तिचारू महाराज का स्मरण कर रहे हैं, उनका गुणगान कर रहे हैं। मैं बहुत नज़दीक उनके साथ नहीं रहा हूँ, लेकिन यही वृंदावन है। 1980 के दशक में अपने गुरु महाराज के साथ कई एक बार भक्तिचारू महाराज के नज़दीक बैठा हूँ, उस समय एक मूवी बनाने का प्रोजेक्ट था, उसी में हिंदी में स्क्रिप्ट था, पांडुलिपि था, तो उसी को पढ़ने के लिए परम पूज्य भक्तिचारू महाराज और हमारे गुरु महाराज, उस समय ब्रह्मचारी थे, राधा गोविंद महाराज बैठते, तो मैं भी साथ में बैठा। तो जो भी हमको संपर्क में आने का अवसर मिला, तो हमारे चित्त पर यही छाया हुआ है कि भक्तिचारू महाराज का व्यक्तित्व परम मनोहर था। जैसा दीनबंधु प्रभु कह रहे थे, परम मनोहर। उनका गाना खास करके भजन गाते थे और उसमें भी गुरुवाष्टक गाते थे, तो उनका स्वर भी मनोहर और उनके हृदय का जो भाव था वो मिल करके अति मनोहर हो जाता था। तो वे सब भक्तों के लिए मनोहर हैं, भगवान के लिए मनोहर हैं और गुरु के लिए मनोहर हैं। हम उनके चरणों में नमस्कार करते हैं और उनसे कृपा की याचना करते हैं। हरे कृष्णा।
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Maharaj. Next we're going to hear from Vimal Krishna Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
नमाम विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिचारु स्वामिनिति नाम्ने स्निग्धचेत सुपर्णेता वाग्विनम चरसावलतम प्रभुपादगत प्राण नौमि भक्तिचारुपदम। नमाम विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामिनिति नाम्ने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी परिचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारण। We were very fortunate, me and my wife Jamna Priya, to have served under Bhakticharu Swami Maharaj in Ujjain for more than 10 years. We had the opportunity to observe firsthand, as many of you have already, the characteristics, the persona, the demeanor, the behavior, his interactions, the way he spoke with everyone, including his disciples, to the guests, to the little kids, to the highly qualified academics. So we were very lucky and we learned a lot. In fact, just by observing him, just by seeing him, how his interaction with others, one could learn a lot. And we will always remember his interactions and personal dealings with us. One of the phrases he used to, I'll try not to repeat what's been said already. One of the phrases he often used to say, and he used to fulfill it all the time. He used to say, when somebody came up to him for some problems or some issues, somebody needed some help, and they could not find anyone else, and he said, I will take care of it. And he certainly did. I can relate a personal experience when in 2006, it was me and Dina Krishna Prabhu. We came from London to India to do some service. In fact, Maharaj used to tell us at that time, not to us, everyone. He said, in the West, you just earn to pay bills. To the Grastas, he used to say. He said, why don't you just come to India and do some service in the Dham? So then he invited us to India. We were traveling in the same plane. Me and Dina Krishna Prabhu and Maharaj was in the business class, we were at the back. So the understanding was, before we left London, that I will go to Delhi. One of the projects Maharaj was overseeing in Delhi and Gurugram. and Dina Krishna Prabhu will go to Ujjain. But in the plane, Maharaj just switched his mind. And when we landed in Mumbai, and while I was just serving him some prasad, he said, Bimal Krishna, you're now going to Ujjain. That took me back a bit. He said, then I was wondering to do what, because I had been in Ujjain the 3-4 months prior to that. I spent a couple of weeks in the hot summer there, and I was personally not looking forward to going to Ujjain, because I didn't feel, having spent many years in ISKCON, I did not, to be frank, I did not want to be in the temple again, to do some service full time. But he said, now you're going to Ujjain. That rang some bells in me. I said, no, I was resisting inside. Then he said, you will become the co-temple president. That really took me back. And I was shocked. I said, Maharaj. Then he said, I kept quiet. I stopped serving him. I kept quiet. He said, what do you think? He always used to ask his disciples, after giving instructions, always used to take their advice. So what do you think? So he said, what do you think to me? I said, Maharaj, it's just like putting me at deep end, throwing me into the deep end of the swimming pool. He said, then learn to swim. Then I said, Maharaj, I can't swim. Literally, I can't swim. He said, don't worry, I'll take care of you. And he did. For more than 10, 11 years, we were very lucky. And I learned a lot, although I had little management experience. But coming to ISKCON, Ujjain, I gained another type of management experience, which we relished very much. Maharaj was personality extraordinaire. He had so many qualities. Some of them have been highlighted already, so I will not try to repeat, and keeping the time constraint in mind. Maharaj had an encyclopedic knowledge. Everyone who met, whether top academics, top politicians, administrators, health workers, doctors, engineers, anyone, and just quote and unquote, an ordinary person. He had something to talk and discuss about any topic in the world, and he was expert at it. He was so expert that they were amazed. They were so impressed by his knowledge. And since I used to be there with him a lot of the times in the room, I was amazed that they were so amazed by just his knowledge. He could talk on any topic and anything. I remember once, one commissioner, I think it was a commissioner, a very high-ranking administrator from Madhya Pradesh government. A commissioner is who has 7 district magistrates under him, 7 DMs under him. So one commissioner came. He came in quite, and the commissioners and high-ranking officers, they used to awe and reverence, people running after them, welcoming them, providing all the facilities and like that. So he came with little head held high, and he came in with his entourage, didn't even pay obeisances, didn't even say namaskar. He came and just shook Maharaj's hand forcefully, and he sat down. And then Maharaj is very perceptive. He could perceive, and almost like reading other person's mind, and we saw that many times. And then Maharaj spoke to him for at least half an hour, and meanwhile some of the disciples were coming and going. As soon as they came in, they paid their obeisances, full dandavats, and bringing Maharaj, because his Vyas Puja just had ended. a few days earlier. So many disciples were there from all over the country and abroad, and they were leaving. And they're saying their last goodbye, well, the goodbyes before they left. And then this commissioner came, Maharaj put everything on hold and spoke to him. So while they were leaving, because they had train to catch or plane to catch, they quickly came into the room, paid the full dandavats, and said few words of appreciation and thanked him. And this commissioner, I could read him, he was getting visibly upset as to why this person in front of me is getting all the attention, all the awed reverence, and here I am, a big official, and no one's actually taking notice of me. Because he was used to that kind of, because having 7 DMs under him is a big post. And Maharaj could also sense that, because being very perceptive. So then at one point he told one of the secretaries, I forget his name now, Sitanath Guru, stop everyone, no one should come in. So Maharaj spent full half an hour speaking to him, explaining about ISKCON, about Prabhupada, about the culture. We went on for 34 to 40 minutes. And when he left, the commissioner left, he paid his obeisances to Maharaj. And then he left. Not just him, he made all his entourage, there were 5 or 6 individuals, policemen, with the guns, were the secretary, they all paid obeisances, and then he left. So that was the kind of personality Maharaj was. Everyone was mesmerized, impressed by his persona, by his demeanor, by his cultural interactions, with the sweet smiling, and he genuinely cared. He actually cared. He was a fantastic listener. Everyone will feel, yes, this person, whether he does something or not for me, but he actually is listening to me. And most of the time, they were actually felt that, yes, I got something out from him. And he developed such a reputation in Ujjain. Ujjain is a Hindi heartland, a very cultural place. Goes back, Avantipur, goes back thousands of years. And their Hindi is very pakka. And when they hear somebody, they like to hear somebody who's speaking perfect Hindi. Maharaj, he knew Hindi very well, much better than some of us who claim to know Hindi. But being in Ujjain, those scholars and academics, sometimes Maharaj spoke some words in Bengali, some words in English, and sometimes he spoke in a different Hindi dialect. But not a single person actually complained or made comment about him afterwards. In fact, all of them, whether it was a Sandipani Muni ashram or there's a Sanskrit college in Ujjain, big academics, they all, or whether there were the many akhadas in Ujjain and religious institutes, they all wanted him to come and be part of the celebrations and invited into programs, because they could recognize, here is a person who's actually on a different level altogether, on a level of pure bhakti, and he was representing a great heritage known as ISKCON, and wherever he went, he promoted Srila Prabhupada and ISKCON. He genuinely cared, he was very obliging, and very genuinely cared for other individuals. Youth were at his heart. He helped the youth so much, whether it was a Pandav Sena in the UK, in US, or in India, in Surat. And in fact, he founded the I Foundation with the youth in London. And I Foundation now runs about 10 Hindu-funded ISKCON, Hindu-funded state schools in the UK. He founded that. And Maharaj actually guided the youth like a friend. And he advised the youth like a big brother. And he loved them as a father. That's what Maharaj's mood was to them. And he genuinely had Prabhupada in his heart. He was a Prabhupada man. We've heard from various devotee speakers about the vow he made his disciples to take, which was no matter whatever happens, never leave ISKCON. yes, we can understand what that may mean. Whether one disagrees with the management, or whether has or some devotees, some situation arises that some individual may leave ISKCON. But Maharaj went further, and many times in his initiation lectures, he qualified that statement. He went further. He said, no matter whatever happens, never leave ISKCON. He said, even if I leave ISKCON tomorrow, but you stay in ISKCON. He always said that. Because he was so attached and dedicated to ISKCON and Srila Prabhupada. In fact, he never celebrated his Vyasa Puja on his Tithi day. He always celebrated it on 17th of September. Why 17th of September? Because one, that was the day he was born originally. Secondly, 17th September is the day Srila Prabhupada arrived in America. So, he all combined that together and he called his Vyasa Puja Srila Prabhupada Memorial Festival. And later on, we his disciples added and Vyasa Puja of Bhakti-Charu Swami, but he never wanted that. Before any his glorification, small program in the evening, the whole day will be dedicated to Srila Prabhupada, etc. Maharaj was he was a very cultured person, as we heard. He loved classical dancing, he loved classical music, he loved arts, he loved acting. He always quoted Rabindranath Tagore in his lectures. In fact, it seemed like he knew the whole works of Rabindranath Tagore, who was a Nobel laureate in the 1930s. And Maharaj was an expert in everything. Just yesterday I saw a photograph going around in social media, Maharaj playing cricket. I don't know those who've seen. That took place in New Mayapur, I think 92 or 93. There was, we heard how he saved New Mayapur with the help of the patrons of Bhaktivedanta Mana, especially Rameshwar Prabhu, who came forward and they raised 800,000 pounds at that time. So as a thank you function, the patrons went and the BMF Bhaktivedanta Mana Foundation. I was part of that, the group as well. And Maharaj is such an expert in everything he did, even playing cricket, and that photo shows. Those who know cricket, if you look at that, and there's some of us, when Maharaj came to bat, and we were playing earlier, and we were thinking, oh, Maharaj is Maharaj, what would he know about cricket? And here I was thinking I was a school cricket captain. I could bowl and bat. I said, we can easily get him out. Let's show him. But if you look at that picture, you will see the way his stance is, open-ended stance, bat raised high, his eyes focused on the ball, and ready to hit the ball for 6. So that was a typical stance, and that's what he did. And he showed us how to play cricket, even. That's how expert Maharaj was. There are many other things I want to say, but I know time is restrained. Last thing I will finish with. Maharaj, another phrase Maharaj always used of Srila Prabhupada. He told us, he said Prabhupada had told him, just give this one life to Krishna. And in his lectures, in his our disciple meetings, whenever he interacted with us, he always said that. He emphasized that point. He said, just give this life to Krishna. No matter what happens, just give this one life to Krishna. And not he just told us, but he practically demonstrated to us how to do that. And he said, there were times that he was on a shaky ground, in the sense that he thought he could do. He had invitations from the Gaudiya Math. He had invitations from various other religious organizations who invited him to leave ISKCON and come and join us after Prabhupada's departure. and especially when certain devotees, ISKCON devotees had left, unfortunately some gurus had fallen down. At that time, the Gaudiya Math, even the Ramakrishna mission, he said, they went after him to get him onto the board. But he said he remembered this particular line of Srila Prabhupada, and he promised Prabhupada, just I will give this life to Krishna. He said that's what kept him going, and that's what the lesson he taught us. There are other things, many more things to say. Maybe when I get the opportunity next time I will say. There are many other speakers to speak, so I will stop now. Srila Bhakticaru Swami Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिचारु स्वामी निति नामिने स्निग्धचेतः श्रवणितः भागिनं सरहृतं प्रभुपादवता प्रणनमे भक्तिचारुवतम् नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांतो स्वामी निति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देश तारिणे मंछा कल्पतरुच्च कृपा सिंधवे वच्च पतितानां पावन वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। हरे कृष्ण। तो आज हम लोग गुरु महाराज के विरह उत्सव मना रहे हैं, तो बड़ी दुख की बात है। तो बहुत सारे प्रश्नों सामने आते हैं कि क्यों गुरु महाराज अमेरिका में शरीर छोड़े। हमने जिससे चैतन्य महाप्रभु सची माता को टीच करते समय उनको टीचिंग कर रहे थे, बता रहे थे, कृष्ण रे सेवक माता कोबू नहीं नाश, काल चक्र डराए देखी कृष्ण दास। बोलते माँ, कृष्ण की जो सेवक है, कृष्ण के जो दास है, कोई उसको नाश नहीं कर सकते हैं। कृष्ण के शरण ले लिए तो कहीं पे हो, वृंदावन हो चाहे अमेरिका हो चाहे कहीं पे हो, कोबू ना है नाश, वो भी उसको कोई नष्ट नहीं कर सकते हैं। ये तो यमराज को दूर की बात है, काल चक्र भी कृष्ण के सेवक को देख डरता है कि ये कृष्ण सेवक है, कुछ भी हमारा टाइम हो गया फिर भी हम इसको लो तो हमें कोई कुछ गलती तो ना हो जाए। महाप्रभु सची माता को टीचिंग कर रहे हैं। माता जब बहुत दुखी हो गए, महाप्रभु इस भाव को देखकर माता बहुत दुखी हो गए, तो महाप्रभु ने ऐसे सची माता को समझाए कि काल चक्र भी उनको भी नाश नहीं कर सकते हैं। और कोरोना के लिए गुरु महाराज जी भजन भी गाए हैं, तुमी तो राखिबे जारे केतारे मारीते पारे। भगवान श्री कृष्ण से की भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर की प्रार्थना है कि आप जिसको मारोगे कोई उसकी रक्षा नहीं कर सकते हैं, आप जिसको रखोगे उसको कोई नहीं मार सकते हैं, आपके इच्छा में सारा जगत चलता है। ऐसे गुरु महाराज की डेडिकेटेड हैं। चैतन्य चरितमृत और बोलता है आकिंचन जो होते, आकिंचन एक ही स्वभाव, तार भीतर प्रवेश है आत्मसमर्पण। तो शरणागत आकिंचनेर एक ही लक्षण, तार भीतर प्रवेश है आत्मसमर्पण। आकिंचन शरणागत है, आकिंचन उसमें एक ही लक्षण है कि वो आत्मसमर्पण करते हैं। बाद में जो
शरणागत भक्त है वो अपने लिए नहीं सोचते हैं कि हमारा क्या हो जाएगा, हमारा क्या होगा, वो नहीं सोचते हैं। तो इसी प्रकार गुरु महाराज जी की शरणागत है जो उज्जैन में बताएं। उज्जैन में लास्ट लेक्चर है जाने से पहले, उनमें वासु घोष की वासुदेव दत्त के उदाहरण देकर उन्हें बताते हैं कि देखो वासुदेव दत्त ने सारे लोगों के दुख को दूर करने के लिए बताया और सारे लोगों को दुख को अपने ऊपर देने के लिए बताए। तो भक्तों की जो लाइफ है हमें यही टीचिंग क्रिया है कि अपने भले कितना भी कष्ट हो लेकिन दूसरे की भलाई करना, यही हमारा जीवन की लक्ष्य होनी चाहिए, भले उसमें हमारा कितना भी नुकसान हो। और मेरे मन में एक विचार यही है कि ये कोरोना की समय है, कोरोना के समय में गुरु महाराज जी अपने आप को संकट में डालकर सारा जगत को कृष्ण भावना भावित नरसिंह यज्ञ, और इसी से हमें ये भी समझ में आया कि हम बहुत गर्वित है कि गुरु महाराज के प्रति सारा इस्कॉन के भक्तों, उनके गुरु भाई जितने भी बड़े महान से महान भक्त हो, इस्कॉन के छोटे से बड़े से कोई भी डिवोटी है, महाराज के प्रति कितनी आधुरता उनके थे, कितना प्रेम थे। मैं एक दिन देख रहे थे लोकनाथ महाराज जी स्वयं अपने हाथ से नरसिंह मंत्र पढ़ के तुलसी महाराज के कल्याण के लिए दे रहे थे, इतने प्रेम सभी करते थे। और सभी को अपने आप को इतनी कठिन परिस्थिति डालकर भी ये जगत मंगल के लिए जैसे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कृष्ण भावना भावित रहे, और इस कोरोना वायरस के लिए हमें कैसे जगत के मंगल हो, इसलिए 24 घंटा कोई दिन तक इस पे सभी को कृष्ण भावना भावित करके रखे। और सभी उनके शिष्य हैं, सभी को यही शिक्षा देके गए हैं। और प्रभुपाद गत प्राणा, जब उज्जैन में मंदिर प्रतिष्ठा हुआ तो इस लेफ्ट साइड में प्रभुपाद जी थे। तो महाराज जी प्रभुपाद गत प्राणा, महाराज जी को, गुरु महाराज जी की ये सहन नहीं हुआ कि इधर चरण रख के भगवान को प्रणाम करे। इसको जब गुरु महाराज जी प्रतिष्ठा भी कर दिया, ये लेफ्ट साइड में प्रभुपाद के प्रतिष्ठा भी हो गया, बहुत मार्बल से बहुत कोई लाखों रुपए बना के ऐसे बहुत सिंहासन, अच्छे सिंहासन भी बनाए थे। और जो साइड में प्रभुपाद जी, उसमें ये शांतिभवन मुनि रखना था। लेकिन जब गुरु महाराज जी देखे कि बार बार लोग उन्हें चरण प्रभुपाद को दिखाकर ठाकुर जी को प्रणाम करते हैं, तो उनको मन में मेरे गुरु महाराज का ऐसा अपमान मैं इसको सहन नहीं कर सकता हूँ। कभी कभी क्या होते हैं, प्रेम क्या होता है, नियम को भी तोड़ देते हैं। जैसे प्रभुपाद जी इधर रहना चाहिए, लेकिन उनके प्रेम ऐसे है, प्रभुपाद जी उसको तोड़कर प्रभुपाद जी के सामने रखे कि हमारा गुरु महाराज जी को कोई चरण दिखाकर प्रणाम ना करे। इतनी प्रभुपाद में इनकी शरणागति है। और जब सभी लोग वर्णन किया, जैसे आखिरी में आए प्रभुपाद जी के आखिरी सांस तक सेवा किए, और अपना भी आखिरी सांस तक इस प्रभुपाद की सेवा कैसे करना है वो स्वयं किए। लास्ट लेक्चर में भी यही प्रभुपाद के डिपार्चर की बात बताए हैं। ऐसे बता के सभी को जगत बख्शी शिक्षा दिया है कि इसलिए उनके नाम जो लास्ट लाइन है, प्रभु पादो गतो प्राणा प्राण नमामि भक्ति चारु पदम, वास्तव में प्रभुपाद के गत प्राण है और अपने प्राण भी ऐसे निकाल दिया। और बहुत सारी बात है, अभी समय अतिक्रम हो गया, मैं अपने वाणी को विराम देते हैं। अब लोग सभी से हम लोग कोई ऐसे बहुत नगण्य हैं, आप लोग से कृपा की याचना करते हैं। हम लोग को कृपा आशीर्वाद, हम लोग भटक जाए तो आप लोग के चरण कमल में हमारा प्रार्थना है, आप लोग भी हमें कृपा कीजिए और हम लोग को समझा कि सही राह में हमने चलाई। हरे कृष्ण। जय श्री गुरु महाराज की, जय श्री प्रभुपाद की, जय निताय गौर कृष्ण बलराम राधा श्याम सुंदर की, समेत गौर भक्तविंद की, निताय गौर प्रणमदे हरि।
So,
this afternoon at 5:30 p.m. This was going to continue. There's many more devotees, followers, disciples, well-wishers want to speak, so it'll be in Prabhupada's rooms, Prabhupada's garden. That'll be 5:30 p.m. Right now, we're going to hear from our head pujari here, Bishop Balaram Mandir. Welcome to Dr. Prabhu.
Gurave Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Taralaya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tarbhaktaya Namo Namaha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivajari Gaura Bhakta Vrindavan Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj Ki. So as we have heard, His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj appeared in an aristocratic family in Bengal in 1945. And in young age he lived in Calcutta. After his education, he went to Germany for further studies. And later on he came back to Calcutta, and early 1977, having come in contact with ISKCON, having heard about Prabhupada, she also met Prabhupada, and he immediately surrendered, and within just 2 months being in contact with ISKCON, he took first and second initiation, which is very rare. Even amongst the devotees who are born in India, only very few. Of course, Govinda Maharaj was there, also exceptional devotee. They very quickly got initiation. Not only that, after only 3 months, Snan Yatra, 3 months after Go Purnima, he was awarded sannyas. But not only that, but right from the beginning, so Prabhupada saw that is a special personality. And immediately he was in the intimate and Bhakti-Charu Maharaj. How they had such a wonderful relationship, and Prabhupada loved him dearly. And of course, in that loving exchange, Prabhupada also sometimes chastised him. Even very heavily. One time he himself was explaining, he was supposed to make, that was in Vrindavan, and he was supposed to make one sabji, and Prabhupada told him how to make the sabji, what oil to use, and to use some chili. But somehow he thought, well, I should not put too much chili. And then but still, so Prabhupada told him to put chili, and he thought, well, maybe I should not put too much chili, because usually as Vaishnavas, the Vaishnavas, they will use chili, but very mild, not too much, not red chili. But I believe even it was red chili, although usually the Vaishnavas, they will take more green chili, but some, they like red chili also. But although it's not recommended amongst the Vaishnavas. And then so he was an expert cook. As many Bengalis, not only the ladies, but the men, also they are expert cooks. And so he was expert cook. And so he brought the preparation, and Prabhupada was tasting, and he became very angry. And he chastised him very, very heavily. And of course he was shocked. But then immediately then Prabhupada also very lovingly touched his head and also explained to him it is all right. And so showed his affection also. The spiritual master is heavy like a thunderbolt and soft like a rose. Mostly the spiritual master is soft like a rose, but sometimes to teach the disciple, to teach him some lesson, then he will be strong as a thunderbolt. Such loving exchange was there, and teaching Bhakti-Charu Maharaj everything about, of course already since he appeared in an aristocratic family, he was aware of the Vaishnava culture. But still, as the spiritual master Prabhupada, he was refining also his understanding, so that he may be able then to teach that to others, the highest understanding of Vaishnava culture, of Krishna consciousness. And of course immediately he was able to assimilate the knowledge which Srila Prabhupada was giving him. And he immediately also, Srila Prabhupada, he told Bhakti-Charu Maharaj to translate all his books in Bengali, from English to Bengali. And I had come in 1980 here to Vrindavan first time and stayed here, and actually quite a lot at this time Western persons came here. There were not even devotees yet. Of course many devotees, Western devotees had come with Prabhupada and stayed in the temple. But even many Western visitors at that time, they were coming. And then they decided to stay here, being attracted by Prabhupada's movement, by the devotees, and they stayed here. And somehow many of these who stayed here, quite a few, they actually then joined Bhakti-Charu Maharaj in Kolkata and became his disciples. And so he was staying not at the Albert Road Temple or in Mayapur, but he had one apartment there. So he could peacefully translate the books in Bengali. So that was at that time his main seva. He was constantly engaged in translating the books, which he did also for the benefit of all the Bengali devotees. Although, of course, already they were available, Chaitanya Charitamrita is there in Bengali language, and his spiritual master Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, he given a commentary and even translated, or gave a commentary on the Chaitanya Bhagavad, but still there was a need to translate the Chaitanya Charitamrita, which was also, as we know, in 2 months, in the marathon, the disciples of Prabhupada, they presented the Chaitanya Charitamrita, which was not an easy task, and Rameshwar and others who were doing that work, they were saying it is impossible, and Prabhupada told them that is a word in the word doesn't exist, impossible, in the devotees' dictionary. And so they completed the task in 2 months, and that same Chaitanya Charitamrita, which is in Bengali, about the life of Mahaprabhu, that was then nicely translated, that was of course very nicely presented Prabhupada with his wonderful purports, and then that was translated into Bengali by His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj, and so due to that, so many devotees actually joined and in Bengal, and due to the efforts of Bhakti-Charu Maharaj, and also of course H.H.Bhakticaru Maharaj was preaching there, although coming from America, but he learned Bengali, and he was also very successful in preaching in Bengal and Bangladesh. And then they had all the books available, so many devotees are there in Bangladesh and Bengal, and that is all by the wonderful effort of His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj. So he's an exemplary Vaishnav, gentleman, pure Vaishnav. As we know from the scriptures, the 26 qualities are there of a Vaishnav. Foremost, that he is fully surrendered to Krishna with body, mind and words. As we can see in his personality, always thinking about Krishna, about his spiritual master, and especially how to spread Krishna consciousness, sarva bhutehi terataha. And speaking about the mission of his spiritual master, so much dedicated to Srila Prabhupada, always mentioning Prabhupada in his lectures, in his conversations, completely focused on the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. So as a true disciple, and then therefore also he was empowered by Srila Prabhupada, by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, by Krishna, to preach Krishna consciousness all over the world. And we can see that wherever you go, they are disciples of His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj. Here we have quite a lot of disciples. You go to Europe, me having been born in Switzerland, so although I joined here, I stayed many years here, but in between sometimes I was going to Switzerland also. And Maharaj used to go every year to Switzerland also, and he has some disciples there. And I met him also a couple of times there. And in Germany, France, and then in England, many disciples in America, South Africa. Because he's a perfect gentleman, he's a wonderful Vaishnav, exhibiting all the qualities of a pure devotee, of a pure Vaishnav. And completely in of course, a pure devotee is in pure goodness. One time Srila Prabhupada was saying, of course glorifying him, and right in the beginning, that if Maharaj somehow he will fall from the transcendental plane, he will only fall into the platform of mode of goodness. So of course the pure devotee is never falling, but as we know, we're practicing, we're trying to come to the transcendental platform, Shuddha Sattva, which is not easy, and we try to become free from the modes of material nature. But we can see, even other devotees or even ourselves, sometimes we're in a mode of passion, mode of ignorance, but the great personalities are always transcendently situated. If not, they may sometimes be the mode of goodness. So that was Prabhupada's statement also in regards to His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj. So he was a perfect gentleman, Vaishnav, fully dedicated to Prabhupada, and expert cook, and singing so beautifully the Vaishnav bhajans. He has very, very sweet voice, expert in singing and playing the musical instruments. So all the qualities of a wonderful sannyasi, Vaishnav, leader of our society. And as we heard, so the wonderful project which he established in Ujjain, Avantipur, which is the place of Sandipani Muni, one of Krishna's spiritual master. So there in only 10 months he built this beautiful temple, and there's a guest house there, and cows are there also, and also since a few years there's an Ayurvedic institution there also, where the devotees can get Ayurvedic treatment. Wonderful communities there, with His Holiness as the leader, was there and guiding and nurturing, taking care of his many disciples, and even other devotees from other spiritual master. They also used to be attracted to him. He was open-minded, and beyond just this and I am a guru, these are my disciples. He was respecting all the Vaishnavas, all the disciples of other spiritual masters also. And another quality I saw in him was that he's always joyful and always smiling. I never saw him angry. I never saw him like sad. Always smiling, always a beautiful smile, and speaking so softly, caring, gentle, very wonderful devotee. So on this day, of course, for the disciple, when the spiritual master leaves, as we know, that is known as Viraha Utsav, a kind of festival is still performed in his glorification, in his honor, but the Viraha is there, Virabhav, Vipralamba, feeling separation. My Gurudev has gone, this wonderful Vaishnava has gone from our revision. Of course, we know that the spiritual master is eternal. He always is there with Krishna in his pastimes, or with Mahaprabhu in his pastimes, but at the same time he's manifesting here. But when he's leaving this world, still he will be there with the disciples, with his followers. And it is mentioned in scriptures also, and in the Jiva Goswami has mentioned in the Satsandarbhas, that when the spiritual master has left, of course the picture is there, still one can worship the picture, and in this way connect with the spiritual master who is there in the heart. We should see the spiritual master in the heart. But then also in the mantras, first of all is the Guru Gayatri is there, so therefore we are chanting Yasyas Tri Sandhyam 3 times a day, and then we can connect with the spiritual master. And then we can feel his presence as we knew him. Not only that, but eventually in Gaur Lila and Krishna Lila. And then even in the chanting, while chanting the holy names, everything is included in a Mahamantra. It's no different from Krishna, no different from Radha and Krishna, the Mahamantra, no different from Mahaprabhu. And then when Mahaprabhu is there and Radha Krishna there, then their associates are there. The spiritual master is there also. So while chanting the holy names also, then we can connect. We should connect. We have to connect with the spiritual master. And we should pray actually always to the spiritual master, not only 3 times a day, but whenever we are speaking, whenever we are doing the seva, worshipping the deities, always we first have to take shelter of the spiritual master before cooking. We remember the spiritual master, or whatever seva we are doing. So in this way, then we can actually see that we are not disconnected from the spiritual master. And therefore it is said the relationship with the spiritual master is eternal. So, but it is natural when the spiritual master is leaving from one's presence, from this earthly realm, then the separation will be there. And it is not so easy to be then internally connected, so therefore we need the external connection with the spiritual master, Vapu Seva. And when he's there, we take his association, but after he has left, then we have to internally try to take his shelter. And then Vani Seva, we follow his instructions. So he has given the instructions by which the disciples, the followers can be connected to him, which are actually Prabhupada's instructions also. As a true disciple, he was simply repeating what Prabhupada said. So he was a perfect disciple, perfect gentleman, perfect Vaishnava. So we pray to his lotus feet that we can have just a speck of his devotion to Prabhupada, to Mahaprabhu and Krishna, so that we may also advance in our spiritual life and become one day perfect. His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mohanadatta Prabhu. Now we would like to request Ms. Prashanta Mataji to glorify Srila Bhakti-Charu Swami Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamaiham Dadati Swapadantikam. I'm extremely grateful to have been invited today to be able to remember His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj. I cannot say that I had much association with Bhakti-Charu Maharaj, but still I was very fortunate to get to observe him for many years as he attended the GBC meetings in Mayapur. And I also otherwise met him a few times. From the 90s, actually, I've been myself attending the GBC meetings in some way. And so I always observed Maharaj there. Very peaceful person, extremely peaceful person. As we have heard, very, very gentle person. He would sit on his chair and be a very regular attendant. He would arrive on time. Always, he would come in, I remember, always with these hands folded, expressing his service attitude. And I noticed always how whenever he met one of his godbrothers, he immediately would extend his arms and come closer and embrace them. Very gentle. Whenever he had to express his opinion or he wanted to speak, he would raise his hand and wait, never pushing himself forward. And sometimes the chairman would have to be reminded that Bhakticaru Maharaj had his hand up. So I found him to be like this very, very mild person. And Maharaj stayed in Mayapur. We heard he had an apartment there, quite a large size apartment. And his quarters were quite posh, very beautiful, well maintained. So Maharaj was a mixture of someone who was very aristocratic in some way, and at the same time he was very simple. He was very elegant in his dressing, walking, but very, very simple and very welcoming. So he had a big apartment there, but Maharaj was a very hospitable person. So there were always people living in the apartment. There were his quarters, and there were other rooms, several other rooms. I remember particularly His Holiness Bhakti-Tirtha Maharaj used to stay there during the meetings, and others as well. And as we heard from Bibi Govind Maharaj, the quarters of Bhakticaru Maharaj were also the place where fantastic lunches were served for some of the GBC members. Not just fantastic, but also healthy and simple for those who needed a special diet. Because the GBC prasadam is usually quite opulent, so some can actually not take it. So Maharaj would invite his godbrothers to come and eat with him in his quarters. And he did not use his quarters only, well, another incident was when Tamal Krishna Maharaj came back to the GBC after being absent for several years. He started kirtans amongst the GBC members, wonderful kirtans. Every day during the GBC meetings, around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all the GBCs and ministers and others who are around the meetings, they would come together, and Maharaj opened the doors of his apartment. And at least 100 people can fit in that hall. So everyone was there, sitting tight, and Maharaj was very happily hosting that. But he was not just hosting his GBC godbrothers. I also had the opportunity in the 90s, for at least 2 years in a row, I used to celebrate Gaura Purnima in Mayapur for many years. And the way I would do it is I would actually organize a Gaura Purnima festival with a disciple of Bhakticaru Maharaj. So we would organize a whole festival for ladies. And over the years it grew, and we needed a space. So we approached Bhakticaru Swami Maharaj, said, could we use your apartment? And Maharaj immediately said yes. He agreed, welcomed us, gave us the kitchen, and gave us the rooms to use. And there we were in his apartment, about 80 ladies jumping up and down and celebrating Gora Purnima. So Maharaj was very kind, very welcoming, always smiling, very wonderful person. And one thing about him is that everything was always first class. I got the opportunity to visit Ujjain, again, in the context of my services to the GBC body. We had some invitation, some seminars were there and some meetings were there, so I went. And I found there that Maharaj had expanded his own spirit in that place, and he had expanded his hospitality, and we were extremely well received. And everything was beautiful. The temple room was beautiful, the deities were so gorgeous, beautifully worshipped, and the atmosphere was very, very wonderful. And as it is, Ujjain is a holy place. Krishna Balaram stayed there. So Maharaj made sure that everyone was well received, including his god sisters. Malati was there, Narayani was there, and he was going behind everybody, making sure that everyone is staying there very comfortably. And Maharaj was very kind, and he was very broad-minded, although very traditional. So that was something about him, that on one hand he was very traditional, and he was we would say, the incarnation of Vaishnava etiquette. And the way he would behave with people was very respectful. We read, actually, I was very fortunate to attend his seminar on Vaishnava etiquette in the 90s in Mayapur, where Maharaj explained that actually Vaishnava Sadachar, or Sadachar, actually means the perfect behavior, which is manifested naturally by the advanced devotees. Advanced devotees will naturally behave according to sadachar, pure behavior. And looking at him, it looked like he was like that. Someone who doesn't just speak, but someone that you can just watch and learn from. That's how he was. So he was following Vaishnava etiquette always. And he was very traditional in so many ways. At the same time, he was very open-minded. And he was a Vaishnava. And I was there in Ujjain when I got the message that Bhakti-Charu Maharaj, there were many programs and they were engaging all the guests, that Bhakti-Charu Maharaj said that I should give the Sunday program in the temple. Also, I was quite surprised but elated. Generally, in India, ladies are not welcome to speak in the temples. So there I was. I gave the Sunday program to maybe 300, 350 guests. And the surprise was for him and for others that I gave the lecture in Hindi. So then Maharaj was very, very pleased. And then I got the next message that the next morning Maharaj wanted one of the ladies to lead the Mangalarti. So, and they selected me. So that was some part of his spirit that was really kind to all. And really trying, as we heard, to follow Srila Prabhupada's spirit. Srila Prabhupada's merciful way of engaging everybody in Krishna consciousness. I was very fortunate to one day have Bhakti-Charu Maharaj eat my cooking. So that's something very rare because I usually don't cook. But I was in Surat and I had organized a Bhakti Shastri course there. So we came to the end of the course. We had a closing ceremony. And Maharaj was there. We had Sarvabhauma Prabhu was there, Yashomati Nandan Prabhu was there. And Bhakti-Charu Maharaj came because many of the students were his disciples. He had a large following in Surat. And and I decided to at least cook one preparation for the students, because I had been their teacher, so I wanted to cook for them in the end of the course. And what I cooked was pineapple chutney. So I applied myself, and I spent quite a bit of time, because pineapple means very juicy, so it has to be cooked down, and it has to be, you have to take your time. And so I spent quite a bit of time to cook this pineapple chutney with the proper spices and everything. And by then I had no idea that Bhakticaru Swami was going to come. But then he came. So when the time was there for prasadam, Maharaj was eating. It was in a big apartment. Maharaj was eating in a room, and I was going around serving, and I reached the room there. And I reached there, and Maharaj was sitting. He was honoring prasadam very slowly. He was expert in cooking and honoring prasadam. He loved excellent prasadam. In Ujjain, he had opened a restaurant. That restaurant, I've never been in a restaurant like this. I don't know if it's still working. But when I was there, it was amazing. There was such a variety from all over the world, practically, different types of cooking. Excellent, excellent food. So I came in the room, and Maharaj was discussing at that time with the owner of the apartment, and he was asking him, the owner of the apartment was asking him, would you like anything more, Maharaj? And Maharaj asked, I want chutney. And I was just entering the room, so I'm like, wow, Maharaj wants chutney. So I will bring the chutney. And then next thing, of course, so Maharaj loved the chutney. And naturally he asked, so who cooked? So Prashanta was there. And so they said, Prashanta Mataji made the chutney. And Maharaj was like, oh, you know cooking also? So he was very, very kind. So that was some of my encounters with Maharaj, a very precious person. I feel the loss. I was following every day the news of his being unwell, and I understood that his body is degrading. We had several times kirtan in the VIH for Bhakticaru Maharaj, and we'll have again today. So we feel the loss. He was one of the prominent leaders of our movement. And certainly, Krishna has taken him, Prabhupada has taken him. We will miss him very much. At the same time, as we hear many times, his physical absence will force us to remember him and to pray to him for the kind of sincerity that he displayed throughout his devotional life. Srila Bhakticaru Maharaj ki Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prashanta Mataji. Now we have His Holiness Bhakti Damodar Maharaj, and we will do the Pushpanjali at 12 o'clock. So after Maharaj, Sanatan Prabhu, and then Srikala Prabhu. So we request, please keep it short, so that we can do the Pushpanjali on time at 12 o'clock.
Om Agyanatimirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chakshuralitanjana Tasmai Shri Guru Namah. Shri Chaitanya Mahavisam Savitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupakada Mahimnadati Swapadam Tikam. Namo Vishnu Hare Krishna Vitai Bhutale Srimate Bhakti-Charu Swami Niti Namine. Hare Krishna. His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj Ki Jai. I also don't have much personal association with His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj. Only few times, and not very deep. Like Prasanta Mataji was saying, he is the best friend of my spiritual master. So, when my Guru Dev is in Mayapur, the whole period he is there in Mayapur, he stays in the ashram of His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj. And I was fortunate to be there. And I saw the lovely dealing between the two of them. It's very, very encouraging. He sponsored the Samadhi of my Guru Dev in Mayapur. Everything completely. He sponsored it. And when I was in GBC College, at our time, he did not teach us personally. But one of the best subjects which was treated came from His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj. But it's something which we read regularly in Bhagavatam, but when he explained, it was amazing to see the deep realization Maharaj has in Krishna consciousness. Of course, when we see his relationship with Srila Prabhupada, who can understand it is not ordinary. He is one of the rare disciples of Srila Prabhupada who knows exactly the heart of Prabhupada. And he is one with Prabhupada in everything. In Prabhupada's desires, in Prabhupada's mood, in Prabhupada's service, and the understanding about Krishna consciousness. We have different understandings of Krishna consciousness because we have different natures. We have few devotees who have complete understanding about Krishna consciousness, that they are not biased in any aspect of their Krishna consciousness. Bhakti-Charu Maharaj is one of these. This rare disciples of Prabhupada who represent this movement perfectly, and is an encouragement for so many devotees in all areas. Yesterday I was telling some devotees why we don't speak about the wonderful qualities we see in our spiritual masters and other devotees. Why do we have to wait until when they are not here, then we have to speak about them? They're so wonderful. Is it that those qualities were not there until they are leaving the body before they manifested them? These qualities have been there, but why we don't see them? Or we don't speak about them? It's not about the nature of devotees being humble, we don't speak about them. But it is important to glorify devotees for what they are, which is very, very encouraging. We have such a gem in this movement. But we don't see all these wonderful things we are speaking about them today. And listen to His Holiness Radha Maharaj glorifying him. It's amazing. He's demonstrated to the core the quality of a devotee caring for other devotees. How he treated his Holiness Radha Maharaj when he was sick. Not just about going to get medicine or get something for him. What actually cured Radha Maharaj was the love Bhakti-Charu Maharaj has for him. How he treated him, stayed with him, sleepless, having a sleepless night with him throughout the whole night. It is beyond just going to take medicine, come and give to the person, which is external. But he showed from his heart how a devotee should care for other devotees. And that cannot be forgotten. Even those of us who just hear it, we are affected by the quality of Maharaj. But nobody knows about these things until he departed. Now we can speak about them. I was also in Ujjain a few years ago, I think 2011, because the GBC has a seminar for training gurus, because Krishna Balaram, they were there for schooling. So Maharaj had this beautiful temple. So we're there, and Maharaj also was also there. He was there to see that all the devotees who came for that seminar were nicely treated. The ashrams we stayed, the prasadam which was served, like the restaurant Mataji was mentioning. I was also at the restaurant, very wonderful, powerful. And there's also a kitchen, very powerful machine that produced thousands of chapatis at a stretch. All these are established by Maharaj's vision to help facilitate devotees' life in Krishna consciousness. And when we listen to his bhajans, it's amazing. In my cell phone, my ringtone is Maharaj Damodara Sakam. And during Damodara month, for the whole month, I played this bhajan from morning till night, never tired. Throughout 24 hours, this is the only bhajan I hear throughout the month of Kartik. And I'm not tired of hearing it, because of the feelings Maharaj put into the bhajans in singing, in glorifying Krishna. It's not just the ability of a musician in singing. This is the devotion Maharaj has for Lord Krishna, that he manifested it through his bhajans and lectures, his personal dealings with devotees. He came a few times to meet us in Navadip Parikrama to explain wonderful pastimes. They are all wonderful. I can't forget all those wonderful experiences we have with Maharaj. So it is true that we miss his physical presence. But we are very happy that he has gone back to Godhead. It's a glory. We are very happy and confident that we have such devotees in our movement. Very, very encouraging. So we remain eternally indebted to the life of His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Maharaj and his teachings. Bhakti-Charu Maharaj ki.
Thank you, Maharaj. So we request Sanatana Prabhu, next speaker. After that, Bhakti-Yoga Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnana-Timirandasya Janandana Salakaya Chakshurmilitam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. So after hearing for many days, also many things was there on the internet, ultimately these devotees, the very big devotees like Bhakti-Charu Swami, they basically have taken birth to take part in this movement and to serve and give pleasure to Srila Prabhupada. And Srila Prabhupada is called Prabhupada because a person at his feet where the Prabhus are sitting. So Bhakti-Charu Swami was one of them. I didn't have a lot of association with him, but in the early 90s, we had the first Kumbh Mela in Ujjain, and it was a very, for us, we came there with Padayatra, so we didn't have much support. Then in the 90s, we came again. That time also Saranga Thakur was there with his jeep. We had not a good place. And the only support we were basically having was some life member. But then the last Kumbh Mela, we come there, and there's a huge temple and so many devotees, and everyone knows ISKCON. So in a very short amount of time, you can see the potency of Maharaj. He pulled out this huge temple, and so many other things had manifested there. And when we went, they had a similar experience. Maharaj had this big room upstairs, and he would call us there, and he would feed us, and he would make sure, oh, you don't like chili, so they were having a special thing for me without chili. Maharaj made really sure that we all very nicely had been taken care of. So it is a great loss for our movement that we have seen so many qualities as there, so many devotees highlighting different qualities Maharaj was having. He was very gentle. He was, you could see in 1 second you be in his association, he was very shiny, and he was very bright, and he was a very perfect Vaishnava gentleman. He was very, very sweet and very welcoming and very personal. He wasn't just looking at you and thinking, so he was very personal in his approach. So I want to thank the Maharaj for that little bit association he has given me. Jai, His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Swami Maharaj Ki Jai.
Thank you, Sanatana Prabhu. The next speaker will be Vikala Prabhu.
Bhakti-Charu Swami ki, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So we know that Krishna says, Namai Bhakta Pranashyati, that my devotee never perishes. And that is also confirmed in the Varaha Purana. In the Varaha Purana it says, Vatadi doshena mad bhakto mam na cha smaret. Aham smarami mad bhakta nayami param gatim. Translated as, if my devotee is unable to remember me at the time of death because of disturbance felt within the body at the time of death, then I shall remember my devotee and take him back to my supreme abode. So we all know Bhakti-Charu Swami was very transcendental. He took his initiation on Guru Purnima Day, 1st and 2nd, and also he left the planet on Guru Purnima Day. Sanatan Goswami also left the planet on Guru Purnima Day. Sanatan Goswami established Radha Madan Mohan Temple, and Bhakti-Charu Swami expanded that Radha Madan Temple from all the way from here to Ujjain. I call the deities or name the deities in Ujjain Radha Madan Mohan also. So there is definitely a very deep-rooted connection between Bhakti-Charu Swami, Sanatan Goswami, Lord Chaitanya, and Radha Madan Mohan. Final instructions of Lord Chaitanya to Sanatan Goswami was Name Ruchi Jive Daya Vaishnava Seva. So Sanatan Goswami was exemplary in following and carrying out those instructions, and so was His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Swami. I had the great opportunity to serve him right from England to London to Washington. Especially in London and Washington, I had the privilege to be his Sarathi. I was able to drive him from the airport to the temple to the programs and back. So I had some very wonderful pastimes with him. Also in England, he stayed at my place for 2 days, and we had some very nice meetings with some senior devotees. So it was just amazing. He was just an amazing personality. You know, a normal human aura is about 5 meters. A cow's aura is about 500 meters. And I would say Bhakti-Charu Swami's aura was transcendental. It spread all over the world. And we saw it in the last few days that aura was flowing through so many devotees, remembering him, praying, chanting, performing yagyas. So he was exemplary. He had implicit faith in Guru and Gauranga. And we also, by just remembering him, remembering his pastimes, so many wonderful pastimes you heard today, and there's so many wonderful pastimes that you hear on the internet. And I just like to conclude by giving one pastime, that he was Senapati. He was not only jack of all trades, but he was also master of all trades. Normally they say a person who is jack of all trades is master of none, but in his case he was master of all. So one time in Germany, he was traveling with Sachinandan Maharaj and the car broke down. And when the car broke down, Sachinanda Maharaj was wondering what to do. And he asked Bhakti-Charu Swami, what shall we do? So Bhakti-Charu Swami said, is there a garage nearby? He said, yes, there is a garage nearby, but it's Saturday, so they won't be open. He said, let's drive up to the garage. When they go to the garage was closed, but like in the European countries, they have this jack system outside. So he said, what is that? He said, the jack. So let's put the car on the jack and check out what's the problem with the car. Sachinanda Maharaj was really stunned. He said, they drove the car onto this jack system and Maharaj knew exactly which buttons to press, and the car went up. And Maharaj went underneath the car and started inspecting. Sachinanda Maharaj narrates, the way Maharaj narrates it, he says, it was just amazing. I was just completely amazed that he went underneath the car just like he was a mechanic. He looked at everything and he saw that the exhaust was broken, you know. So part of the exhaust was hanging down, and he said to Sachinanda Maharaj, do you have a soda can? They luckily had a soda can in the car, so they emptied the can. Somehow or another they managed to break the can open on both the sides, and then Maharaj fixed the exhaust temporarily. Sachinanda Maharaj was just like baffled. He said, I was just so shocked that Bhakti-Charu Swami just got underneath the car, just like a simple, mechanic. He put the exhaust together. Somehow or another they found some cable. He fixed the cable, and they drove, and they got to their destination in time. They were supposed to give a very important Christian community. And then Maharaj just went in there like as if nothing had happened. He went, he preached. Everyone was just so happy. They had no idea that what the two Maharajas just had been. And he preached very nicely. Everyone was just so astonished. Everyone was just so happy with his lecture, and they left. So that was Bhakti-Charu Swami. Jack of all trade, master of all trade, and his aura is all over the universe. Thank you so much. Bhakti-Charu Swami Maharaj ki.
Thank you, Prabhu. We will have the Pushpanjali at 12:30. So we request my Prabhu to give this offering for Srila Bhakti-Charu Swami Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. I joined ISKCON in 1979 in New York, and that was in either 1979 or 1980 that Bhakti Maharaj first went to America. And I remember distinctly the time that when he came, all the devotees looked upon him as a very Paka Vaishnava. The way he dressed. He was always radiant, always smiling. I didn't have any personal association with him at that time, but later on he came to New Jersey where I was serving, and I always accept him as an authority, a Vaishnava, one of the few Vaishnavas that I would approach as an authority. And at the time I decided I was having a problem, I can't remember what it was at the time, but I would approach him and ask him about it. And I did mention it, and at the time he told me that I was one of the most advanced devotees in ISKCON. And so he was very personal, although I was actually a nobody, rank and file devotee. He was always very helpful to me. And later I met him in New Vrindavan. And I again wanted to approach him for some advice because I'd written a memoir, and I wanted to ask him whether it was appropriate for me to publish it. So I did ask him, and he said, well, get it published and just see what the devotees make of it. So then he volunteered to read it for me, which was very surprising to me. So I got a copy of it. His secretary put a copy on his computer. But then after that, I started reading it through his eyes. And then I saw, well, this is not really, I shouldn't be troubling him with this. So I wrote him an email saying, please don't waste your time anymore with it. Just delete it from your computer. So I never heard any more from him about that. But the quality I remember most about him, or have in my mind, is that he was always loath to hear any criticism of anybody. Also, he never tolerated, when he spoke publicly, tolerated any criticisms of our society. He always was very merciful. So many times he tried to rehabilitate or bring back in fallen devotees, some of the devotees that fell, the gurus that fell in the 80s. He tried very hard to help them and bring them back into the society. So he was a very merciful gentleman. And I'm sure that if he hasn't gone back to Godhead, then there's no hope for me. Bhakti-Charu Maharaj Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Bhakti-Charu. Now, I'd like to request Her Grace Aishwarya Radhika Mataji, disciple of His Holiness Bhakti-Charu Swami Maharaj.
Can I stand up and speak? Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Deshatarine. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti-Charu Swami Niti Namine. Snigdha Cheta Supraneta Vagni Namcha Rasaprutam Prabhupada Gato Pran Nomi Bhakti-Charu Padam. Hare Krishna. Please accept my humble obeisances. And talking about Guru Maharaj, about his glories, it is like a ocean of memories, and it's difficult to just take out some drops from there. It is not so easy, because that in that ocean all the drops are equally valuable, equally important and loving for me. It's very difficult for me to, I don't know what I should say in the small period of time. This is a very short time. And if I will start writing books, I don't know how many books I need to write, because by Guru Maharaj's mercy, I got a lot of his personal association from my childhood. And when I was in school, that time I first got his holy darshan. And slowly, he make me, गुरु महाराज के आशीर्वाद से मेरा भक्ति जीवन पाला, गुरु महाराज ने मुझे पाला है, बड़ा किया है अपने हाथों से। ऐसा बचपन से मुझे ऐसा ही लगा कि गुरु महाराज सिर्फ गुरु महाराज नहीं है, वो तो मेरे पिता है, वो तो ही इज़ माई ओन फादर, गुरु महाराज इज़ माई फादर। एंड मैं हमेशा से उनको आई यूज्ड टू राइट इन द ईमेल, योर सर्वेंट डॉटर ऐश्वर्या राधिका देवी दासी, योर हम्बल सर्वेंट डॉटर, ऐसा लिखती थी। Guru Maharaj was so kind कि वो when I read from Krishna book and when I read from Chaitanya Charitamrita also, वहाँ पे मैंने देखा कि when Krishna was dancing with all the gopis, then each of them felt that Krishna is only with them. Krishna is they're feeling so special that Krishna is dancing with them. And equally, Mahaprabhu also, when he was dancing in front of Lord Jagannath's chariot, all of his associates, they felt that Mahaprabhu is with us. Everybody felt like their own. And the same feeling, we all the disciple of Guru Maharaj, we have the all same feeling. सबको ऐसा ही लगता है कि मैं गुरु महाराज के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा स्पेशल हूँ. गुरु महाराज के लिए, इसीलिए गुरु महाराज हमेशा हमको पूछते हैं कि तुम कब आए, when you came, where are you staying, did you took prasad or not, and like every single thing he used to ask, every single thing. कहाँ पे रह रहे हो, everything is comfortably situated or not, if there's any problem, let me know. It's like that only. And गुरु महाराज का मेरा सौभाग्य हुआ था, बहुत कुछ कहने का है, लेकिन 1 महीने पहले जूम की मीटिंग में गुरु महाराज के साथ गुरु महाराज का दर्शन मिला था, उनसे बात करने की मौका मिली थी. एंड गुरु महाराज ने मुझे कुछ बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट पर्सनल इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया, लेकिन it is like not, I don't think that it is personal, it is only for me. I think it is for all of us, all of his disciples, and I think all the devotee community. So मैं थोड़ा वहाँ से पढ़ने की प्रयास करती हूँ. तो गुरु महाराज ने मुझे कहा था, he said that situation like this will make us more serious about Krishna consciousness. जब सब कुछ बहुत फेवरेबल होता है, everything is so favorable, then there is a chances to get indulge in sense gratification, and Aishwarya, sense gratification is very dangerous. We should not indulge in sense gratification. So remain in the association of the devotees and think this life is a benediction for you, that this moment, the situation is a benediction, that you can get some enthusiasm, how to become more involved in Krishna consciousness, how to become more engaged in the service of the devotee, service of the Lord. And Guru Maharaj said, the last line was कि कुछ भी हो जाए. गुरु महाराज ने कहा, गुरु महाराज ने ऐसा कहा मुझे कि अगर सब कृष्ण कॉन्शियस में होने के लिए, भक्ति जीवन में रहने के लिए, कृष्ण को पाने के लिए, गुरु महाराज प्रभुपाद को पाने के लिए अगर तुमको सब कुछ खोना पड़े, then get ready for losing everything. That was his last line for me. I think it's for everyone. Get ready for lose everything. मुझे समझ में नहीं आया था, फिर मेरी दीदी की कॉल आया. गुरु महाराज की जब तबीयत खराब हो गई थी बहुत ज़्यादा, then my sister is in New Jersey. She called me from there, and she got the service for cooking Guru Maharaj there in New Jersey. And she was telling, then he never saw Guru Maharaj like this before. Guru Maharaj was so detached. He was so, वो सबसे बात करे, he was very tired. He can't even sit in one place. He was unable to sit in a sofa. He was just like, वो गुरु महाराज बोलते बोलते ऐसे सो रहे थे. He was so tired. बट वो सारे डिवोटीज उनसे मिलने के लिए आए थे, और गुरु सब हमारे जो सीनियर गॉड ब्रदर्स थे वो नहीं चाहते थे कि गुरु महाराज सबसे मिले, बिकॉज ही वॉज लुकिंग सो टायर्ड. तो दे आस्क्ड गुरु महाराज टू नॉट गो एंड टेक रेस्ट, एंड बट गुरु महाराज उनको कहा कि नहीं, आई डोंट वांट टू गो, आई जस्ट वांट टू टॉक टू देम. गुरु महाराज ने सबसे बात किया, किसी को नहीं जाने दिया. गुरु महाराज ने सबसे बात किया, जो भी प्रिपरेशन, जो भी माता जी जो भी बना के लाई थी. गुरु महाराज कैन नॉट हैव ऑल दिस, बट गुरु महाराज आस्क देम टू पुट एवरीथिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ हिम, एंड दे डिड पुट एवरीथिंग, ऑल द प्रिपरेशन दे पुट इन फ्रंट ऑफ हिम. गुरु महाराज ने वो सारे डिशेस को बहुत प्यार से देखे, बहुत ज़्यादा प्यार से, सब हर एक आइटम को देखे, पूछे कि ये किसने बनाया, वो किसने बनाया, सब कुछ पूछे. देन गुरु महाराज ने, मेरी दीदी ने एक कोफ्ता बनाया था. मेरी दीदी हमेशा से गुरु महाराज के लिए कुकिंग करती थी, तो एक कोफ्ता बनाया था. गुरु महाराज ने सिर्फ वो एक कोफ्ता और थोड़ा सा नान, ये इतना ही खाया और कुछ नहीं खाया, बिकॉज ही वॉज नॉट फीलिंग वेल. दिस इज लाइक द लास्ट, बिफोर आई थिंक 10 days बिफोर दिस हैपन, 10-15 days मीन्स गुरु महाराज जाने के बाद. एंड आई फ्रॉम माई चाइल्डहुड आई गॉट अ लॉट ऑफ एसोसिएशन, क्योंकि हमारे घर एयरपोर्ट के दमदम कोलकाता एयरपोर्ट के बहुत सामने हुआ करता था, 10 मिनट की दूरी में. एंड गुरु महाराज वेन एवर यूज टू कम, गुरु महाराज हमेशा मुझे ईमेल में लिख के देते थे कि वो क्या रात को क्या लेंगे, दोपहर को आएंगे तो उनको क्या प्रसाद तैयार करके रखिए. आई वॉज नॉट अ गुड कुक, लेकिन फिर भी मुझे गुरु महाराज बताते थे कि कौन सा प्रिपरेशन, हाउ टू प्रिपेयर. एंड समटाइम्स ही सेंट हिज होलिनेस रामाई महाराज, हिज होलिनेस रोमपाद महाराज. एंड समटाइम्स ऐसा भी हुआ कि मैं मायापुर में कीर्तन मेला में भाग लेने के लिए गई. फिर गुरु महाराज ने कहा यू हैव राइट नाउ यू हैव टू गो बैक टू कोलकाता बिकॉज महाराजास आर कमिंग एंड हाउ आई हैव टू प्रिपेयर. गुरु महाराज ने मुझे ऐसा भी कहा कि कैसे कैसे क्या क्या बनाना है. ही वॉज सो कंसर्न फॉर देयर गॉड ब्रदर्स. आई सी लॉट ऑफ लव फॉर देम, लॉट ऑफ केयरिंग. कैसे कहाँ पे क्या किसकी कौन से टाइम में आई शुड ऑफर देम वाटर, आई शुड ऑफर देम जूस, क्या 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 देना चाहिए कौन से टाइम पे, हर एक बात को वो लिख के मुझे बोलते थे एकदम से. नॉट ओनली दैट, गुरु महाराज ने मुझे 2-3 आइटम तो सिखाए हुए थे. और मैं जब वहाँ से चली आई थी मायापुर में, मैं ट्रेन पकड़ने वाली थी. आई वॉज सपोज टू, आई एम वेटिंग फॉर द ट्रेन एंड देन ही कॉल्ड मी एंड सेड ऐश्वर्या आई फॉरगॉट टू आस्क यू, डिड यू took breakfast? I said, Guru Maharaj, no, I didn't take. Then Guru Maharaj was telling me that, you know something, I am taking breakfast. You just come back and have prasad with me. I said, Guru Maharaj, but अगर मैं ये ट्रेन को मिस कर दिया तो वो महाराज वो सब तो आ जाएंगे, फिर क्या होगा? I was speaking with him in Bengali. I never speak in English. मैंने कभी गुरु महाराज से बांग्ला छोड़ के इंग्लिश और हिंदी में कभी बात नहीं किया, क्लासेस की छोड़ के. देन गुरु महाराज बहुत खुश हुए कि मैं उनके साथ प्रसाद लेने को ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं दिया मैं उस वक्त. लेकिन मुझे बहुत कष्ट हो रहा था कि मैं गुरु महाराज ने मुझे पूछा कि उनके साथ प्रसाद लेने के लिए, लेकिन मैंने प्रसाद नहीं लिया. आज मुझे बहुत दुख होता है, लेकिन हाँ वो भी गुरु महाराज खुश हुए. दैट इज़ फॉर गुरु महाराज हैप्पीनेस. एंड द लास्ट थिंग, so many things, but the last thing I want to say, I was traveling with Guru Maharaj in 2012 in South Africa for Srila Prabhupada Memorial Festival. And there in that festival, Guru Maharaj always, Srila Prabhupada Memorial Festival में Prabhupada के बारे में ही बोलते थे. And he was talking about Srila Prabhupada, and at the end of the line, he said कि Prabhupada आप जो चाहते थे वो सब मैंने, मेरा सेवा सब कुछ मैंने कर दिया. आपने आपके बहुत सारे प्रिय शिष्यों को अपने पास बुला लिया. आप अभी मुझे भी अपने पास बुला लीजिए, मैं भी आपके पास आना चाहती हूँ, प्लीज़ एक्सेप्ट मी. गुरु महाराज ने ऐसे कहा तो सारे हम जो डिसाइपल थे हम सब फूट के वहाँ पे गुरु महाराज के पास से मुख से सुन के हम सब रो रहे थे. एंड देयर वॉज हिज होलिनेस जयद्वैत महाराज, हिज होलिनेस लोकनाथ महाराज, हिज ग्रेस श्यामलाल प्रभु एंड सम ऑफ हिज गॉड सिस्टर वाज सिटिंग देयर. जब जिनकी जब बारी आई प्रभुपाद के बारे में बोलने के लिए, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल एवरीबडी, गुरु महाराज को सबने बहुत प्यार से डांटा कि तुमको याद नहीं है जब प्रभुपाद ने तुमको ये बात कहा था कि प्रभुपाद तुमको छोड़ के जाना चाहते हैं, हम सबको छोड़ के जाना चाहते हैं, तब तुमको कितना दुख हुआ. वाई यू आर मेकिंग देम क्राइंग? दे केम टू सेलिब्रेट योर बर्थडे एंड यू आर मेकिंग देम क्राइंग, डोंट डू. देन गुरु महाराज ने हम सबको देखे बहुत प्यार से हंसा. मुझे आज भी उनका वो चेहरा, वो आँखें, उनका वो चिक्स, मुझे वो याद आता है. वो जो चेहरा मैंने देखा था, मैं एकदम गुरु महाराज के चरणों के सामने बैठी थी. तो गुरु महाराज ने हम सबको देख के बहुत हंसा. उन्होंने कहा नहीं, मैं अभी कहाँ जा रहा हूँ, मैं अभी नहीं जा रहा हूँ, मैं अभी और कुछ साल, मैं तुम सबके साथ और कुछ साल यहाँ पे हूँ. और सच में गुरु महाराज उसके बाद भी और 8 साल हमारे साथ रहे, लेकिन तब भी हम लोगों को ये फीलिंग्स नहीं हुआ था कि गुरु महाराज कभी हमको छोड़ के जाने वाले हैं. नहीं हुआ था. मुझे लगा था कि गुरु महाराज हमको छोड़ के, ही वॉज वेरी इजीली अवेलेबल फॉर अस. इतना इजीली अवेलेबल थे हमारे लिए कि हमने कभी नहीं सोचा था कि गुरु महाराज हमको छोड़ के कभी जैसे जा सकते हैं. मैंने कभी नहीं. अभी भी मुझे लगता है कि गुरु महाराज यहीं पे कहीं है, यहीं से कहीं आएंगे और बोलेंगे ऐश्वर्या, मुझे बुलाएंगे और मुझे कुछ सेवा देंगे. मुझे ऐसा अभी भी लगता है. मैं अभी भी उनको मेरे आसपास ही बहुत ज़्यादा फील करती हूँ मैं गुरु महाराज को. और मैं गुरु महाराज की फुट स्टेप्स फॉलो करते हुए मैं यही बोलना चाहती हूँ. गुरु महाराज से मेरा यही प्रेयर है कि मेरे इस जीवन में जो भी सेवा बाकी है, मैं पूरा अपनी शक्ति से, अपनी भक्ति से, अपनी सब कुछ दे के मैं प्रयास करूँगी कि मैं गुरु महाराज का और श्रील प्रभुपाद का सारा सेवा कर पाऊँ. In the end of this birth, Guru Maharaj मुझे लेने के लिए आए. मैं गुरु महाराज से वापस मिलने के लिए वेट करूँगी. I will be waiting for you, Guru Maharaj, throughout my life. I'll be waiting for you, and मुझे बहुत दिन का इंतज़ार रहेगा. आप सब मुझे कृपया आशीर्वाद करें कि मैं जो आप सबके सामने ये सब कहा मैं वो पूरा कर पाऊँ, और गुरु महाराज मुझे मेरे जीवन की अंतिम दिन में मुझे वापस गुरु महाराज दिखे. वो ही उनका हंसता हुआ चेहरा, वो ही उनकी कोमल चरण मुझे वापस दिखे, और मैं गुरु महाराज के हाथ पकड़ के उनके साथ प्रभुपाद के पास वापस जा पाऊँ. थैंक यू वेरी मच. हरे कृष्णा.